your cell phones are turned off. And I have a couple things to say. If you have any emotional outbursts or you can contain yourself during the proceedings of this trial, please step out for us. As if we want to make this trial go smoothly for everybody. I know there's a lot of emotion and tension in this trial, so please be respectful of the courtroom. You may be seated.
Good morning. Thank you. All right, we'll go on the record. This is the matter of the State of Florida versus Bursey Armstrong, case 2022 CF 7251. Mr. Armstrong is present at counsel, as is counsel for the state. Do we have all the jurors present and accounted for? Okay, thank you. Is there anything we need to take out first from the state? Anything from the defense?
No, no.
All right, are both sides ready then to bring the jury out and begin the trial? All right, let's bring them out, please.
All rise.
All right, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats, and please be sure the notepads you've collected are yours. As you recall, we started the trial yesterday with opening statements, and so at this time I'll call upon the state to call its first witness. All right, Ms. Trebonio Ward, please.
Trebonio Ward. Trebonio Ward. You can have her right there.
All right, Ms. Ward, if you'll come forward and be sworn, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm testimony you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Permission to inquire, Judge?
Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Ward.
Good morning.
Do you mind spelling your name for the record?
T-R-A-B-O-N-N-I-A, Ward, W-A-R-D.
Thank you very much. Where did you live from July 22nd, 2022 to July 23rd, 2022?
Mission Point Apartments, number 304.
And what apartment? You said you lived in apartment 304.
Yes.
What was the layout of the apartment that you lived in?
And the inside,
Yes, ma'am.
when you walk through the door, you have the bar area to the right, the living room to your left, dining room to the right, a few steps up, the second bathroom to the right, across the hall, room to the left, and if you walk straight, you have the main bedroom with the master bathroom and the closet.
I want to turn your attention to that date that I said before, the early hours of July 23rd, 2022. Did you wake up after midnight, going from the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes, I did.
And why did you wake up? What were you doing?
I was waking up to feed my 8-month-old son at the time.
Well, you were feeding your 8-month-old son at the time, getting those things ready, do you recall hearing anything outside of your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you hear?
At first, I heard it sounded like someone was stomping up the stairs, outside of the apartment door.
Okay. And when you say stomping up the stairs, can you describe that a little bit more clearly?
As if they were running up the stairs, but it sounded like more like they were skipping steps, but they were stomping so hard, it alerted me from making his bottom.
After those steps, after that person went up the stairs, you described as stomping, what happened then?
I was a little startled, so I grabbed my son's bottle out of the warmer. I grabbed my cell phone, and at that time, I could hear the front door bust open.
And that's the front door upstairs above you?
Yes, ma'am.
After you heard that sound, did you go anywhere in your apartment?
I did.
Where did you go?
I immediately went to the doorway of my bedroom to check and make sure that my son was still asleep.
After you heard that sounded like the door got kicked upstairs, did you hear any other loud sounds?
The only sounds I heard was someone stepping down the hallway the same time as I was.
Okay. And so, based on the fact that you were going down the hallway and those steps were also going down the hallway, could you assume that you were kind of right beneath that person?
Absolutely.
Okay. Once you got to your bedroom and you were with your son, did you hear any other loud sounds above you at that point while you were in your room?
I did while I was standing in my doorway.
What did you hear?
I heard the bedroom door bust open. Then I heard things falling on the floor. Then I heard a young woman above me who was crying and screaming. I heard her say, "Please, no, I love you twice." And then I heard a loud bang, and I heard children screaming and yelling.
Now I want to back up just a little bit with you, Ms. Ward, to that when you heard that second loud sound, it sounded like that bedroom door being opened. After that, you said that you heard things hitting the floor. What did it sound like to you that you heard hitting the floor?
At first, it sounded maybe like a vase or maybe a person just fell on the floor or whatever that was in the apartment. It just sounded like something hard hit the floor.
And now you described that this apartment is above you. There's obviously flooring and all kinds of things between you and that apartment. How is it that you could guess you could hear that speaking, the young woman's voice that was saying those things?
I was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, and I guess the floors are just thin because I could hear everything she was saying.
Did it sound like she was standing or laying down?
She was laying on the floor as if something was being put over her head, I'm guessing. Because you could hear her say, "No, please, I love you," clearly directly through the floor. She gasped and took a deep breath. And then she said, "No, please, I love you" again. And then that's when you heard the loud boom.
Ms. Ward, have you had, I apologize, did you call anyone when you heard these sounds?
Yes, I immediately called 911. I started calling 911 when I heard the person running up the steps, actually.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
The warrant for them you have been previously identified as State Exhibit A for identification. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
That's the 911 call.
Okay. Does it have any markings on there that you recognize?
Yes, my signature.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to the contents of this disc?
Yes.
Okay. Does it truly and accurately depict your 911 call that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 1.
Is there any objection? Okay, without objection, Exhibit A will be moved into evidence as Exhibit number 1.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Yes.
here. He must have had her head on the floor because I can hear it from my room. I was saying, no, please don't. I love you. And then I just heard a loud boom.
What do you mean by a loud boom?
I don't know, sir. I don't know what it is, but I'm scared.
Did you think he like banged her head against something, or was it a
I don't
gun?
know if he banged her or if it was a gun. I don't know. What I do know is I don't hear her anymore.
Okay.
I hear a child up there crying. But I don't hear her.
Ms. Ward, before police arrived, did you hear any additional noises above your apartment?
Before the police arrived,
Yes, ma'am.
I can hear a child
And if you need to take a second, absolutely do the tissues up there.
I heard a child screaming his mom for his mom, and I can hear someone upstairs moving.
You said that you could hear someone upstairs moving. What were you able to make out and hear?
I just heard the child screaming, and I heard someone moving up and down the hall. And then I heard the police knock on the door, and then the kids got very quiet. The footsteps stopped, but then you could hear them again after they left.
So you can hear footsteps going up and down the hallway, which ceased along with the children crying when police got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to the police when they arrived?
No,
Why not, Tori?
I was too scared to open my door.
Did you call anyone else other than the police that night while you were celebrating?
I called my child's father.
And what did you call him to do?
Really just for some comfort and to come get me and my son because I was too afraid to stay in the apartment.
So after the police left that night, did you leave your apartment with your baby father, your children's father?
I did.
Want to confirm?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examine.
Thanks, Judge. Ms. Ward, did you ever hear the person leave the apartment, come back down the stairs?
I did not.
And did you ever look out the window to see if anybody had come out?
I wouldn't be able to see if anybody came out because I stayed under her.
Okay. What about through the keyhole or through the peepholes?
I did not.
Did you ever hear the door, the front door closed?
I did not.
That's all.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, this witness is excused.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ward. You may step down. Your excuse is ready to go. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
You can call Officer Anthony.
Officer Anthony, please. All right, sir, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
Yes.
Your Honor, Commissioner White.
Yes.
Good morning, Officer Anthony.
Good morning.
Could you spell your name for the record?
JOSEPHANTY.
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Coming up on 10 years with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in November and 4.5 years in Lake City Police Department.
And I'm sorry, with which police department?
Like I said,
Okay, thank you.
What is your current assignment with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
patrol in District 6.
And District 6, can you describe what area is that?
It's going to be the north side of Jacksonville, then all the way to the county line, starting at approximately Lynn Turner, 95.
I want to turn your attention to the early hours of July 23rd, 2022. Were you on duty that day?
Yes,
Do you recall receiving a call for service around the midnight to 1 a.m. hour?
I did.
Sorry, slightly after 1 a.m. What was that call regarding?
It was a reference to a weapon assault, a possible assault with a weapon.
Did you respond to that call?
I did.
Do you recall where it was?
It was at Mission Twin Apartments, I believe 12450 Biscayne Boulevard.
Is that in Duval County?
It is.
Do you recall around what time you got there?
I got there at 1:49 a.m. in the morning.
Once you arrived on scene, where did you go?
I went to, I believe it was building 3 in the direction of apartment 304.
Was anyone with you?
Officer Cole and Officer Fonseca were on the call with me.
And you said you went in the direction of apartment 304. Is that actually the apartment that the call was regarding?
That's the call that we got us dispatched to.
Correct. And was that call regarding, like, actually apartment 304 or a different apartment?
That could have been the complainant's address, if I remember correctly. When I looked at the call, I know the apartment, the subject apartment is going to be 312, but I think that was the complainant's apartment, I believe. But that's what the call showed, apartment 304, right?
Okay.
I call screen.
And then you said the suspect apartment is apartment 312.
Yeah.
Do you know where apartment 312 is in relation to apartment 304?
Knowing that that report was a reference to Mr. Armstrong, that's going to be on the second floor.
Okay. And is that above apartment 304?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you actually go to apartment 312?
I did.
Did you make entry into that apartment?
No, we did not make entry to the apartment.
Could you hear any sounds inside of that apartment?
Didn't hear any sounds.
No moans, cries for help, babies crying?
Yeah, so when we got there, fire rescue was already there. They had been there for approximately, I don't know, they had been there for a while. All they heard, from what I remember, was just dogs barking. And they didn't hear anything, reference to the complaint, that the complainant had called about, reference to the noises from inside, babies crying. Didn't hear any disturbance, didn't hear anybody fighting.
And you yourself also didn't hear anything, correct?
I didn't hear anything. We listened out for it, knocked on the door. No obvious signs of damage, like the call note said, that the door was kicked in. No obvious signs of damage to the door. At that time, no blood or nothing that would indicate the reason why we should go in.
Did you speak with the 911 caller that night?
I didn't speak with that caller. I attempted, after I could make contact with anybody at that door, I attempted to make contact with the complainant. And I later learned, I guess she was peeping out the peephole at me, but she didn't talk to us.
But regardless, you did not speak to her that
No.
night? Okay. And I want to go back to the door. Did you touch the door at any point?
I did, so I wanted to verify to see if it was kicked open or not. From my angle, I was on the left side of the door, behind the actual, where you, a little bit to the left of where the door handle was, so I would be immediately in front of the door. Now, I wanted to open the door or test the door to see had it been busted in or anything that would indicate that it was forced entry was on that door, and I didn't see any forced entry on that door. So I opened the door, see it was unlocked, and the door was unlocked. So I opened it, and I closed it, and Officer Cole mentioned to me that there was a little bit of damage on the door. From what I understood from him, that it was superficial. I didn't think it was anything, from my angle, it was nothing obvious. And at that time, out of my 12-year career, I've never gone to a forced entry call where a door has been busted in due to forced entry, where the door actually closed. Immediately when he told me that, I pushed back on the door, and the door is solid. It shuts. It was solid. Where when you pushed on it, it was latched.
Okay. So the door, even if there was damage to it, it was at least secured.
Yes.
Okay. Once you determined that that door was secured and that 911 caller wouldn't speak to you for further information, what did you do?
At that point, the 911 caller, before I just left, we went to the exterior of the window, went to the exterior of the apartment to the back, checked the back to see was there anything obvious, any windows broken, anything like that. I remember there being no lights on. So we did a search of the residence, could we see anything obvious that was out of place, and didn't see that. So at that time, we cleared the scene.
And by clearing the scene, you left?
Yes.
Officer Anthony, I know you said you slightly opened the door, slightly shut it. Why didn't you just make entry into that apartment?
So it's not unusual at all, and I know people might find this, I don't know if they do, but a lot of people find it difficult to believe, but a lot of people leave their doors unlocked. It's not uncommon for people to leave their doors unlocked in apartment complexes, or just homes in general. So that minus, we have a handful of reasons that we can enter a residence, somebody being in medical distress, somebody potentially being injured. With us not being able to hear anything, nobody being able to say, us not being able to see any footprints on the door, showing that the door had been kicked in, not seeing any blood, not seeing anything that would indicate there was forced entry. I didn't feel like there was probable cause to go in somebody's house with guns drawn, and it really didn't have a witness or somebody to back up that they actually saw something. Not only that, when we were going to the call notes are what we talked about, but the witness also said something in reference to it being a male subject that I was familiar with. It was probably the grandma or something. The grandma and the male subject.
And Officer Anthony, I want to back up just a little bit.
Okay.
So, based on what I understand, the fact that you were not able to make contact with the 911 caller, as well as the damage not looking as severe as what you were anticipating, and not hearing anyone inside the apartment, that's why you didn't make entry?
That's correct.
Okay.
Along with what I was about to say, yes, in a nutshell.
Once you left the scene, did you have any other further involvement in this case?
Yep, so we went back the next day, Officer Cole and I, we went back, we had to sit on the house. And prior to, yes, I just leave it at that.
Okay. Want me to confirm?
Okay.
No further questions.
All right, cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge. Officer, just want to get this timeline correct. You arrived at 1:49 at the apartment complex, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when you pull up, there are fire engines and other people there?
yes.
Okay, so how many minutes did you talk to people and then go upstairs, or how'd that work?
So we went directly to the apartment in question, and
So you went to 304 first?
this happened like 2 years ago. When I looked at the call notes just before I walked in here, it said apartment 304, so I was a little confused. I think 304 is actually the complainant's address, and it was a reference to the above where she was.
So you went to 304?
So we went to the second floor immediately. We didn't go to 304 first.
So you went to 312 first?
Yes.
And about what time did you arrive at 312? If you pulled up at 1:49,
About less than a minute later,
so 1:50.
something roughly.
That's all right. But actually, you later learned that the person in 304 who had made the call was actually still behind the door while you were there.
Yeah, I later learned that, yes.
And then at some point later, she left. Did you see her leave? You obviously didn't see her leave.
What are you talking about? Like,
Yes, the one that made the phone call.
we never saw her. If I saw her and we were able to verify what she heard, then we would have probable cause to go in the door. If if she could testify that. But like I said, the person she referenced lived on the 3rd floor, and I was familiar with him, and had responded to noise complaints in reference to that person before.
Thanks, sir. Go ahead.
Any redirect?
Nothing goes with it, but
All right, thank you, officer. You're excused. You're free to go, sir. All right, state me call your next witness.
Say was Olivia Young.
Olivia Young, please.
Judge, I believe she might be outside. If
Yeah, I think the bailiff went to go get her. All right, Ms. Young, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
You sound as well from testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning, Ms. Young. I want you to pull that microphone close to you because I know you're kind of soft-spoken. And could you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Olivia Annette Small Young.
And how do you spell Olivia Young?
Olivia Young, Young.
Now, Ms. Young, are you currently employed?
I'm retired,
Retired from what?
retired educator, a teacher,
For how many years?
36.
Now, what was your relationship to Tasheka Young?
That was my daughter,
Was she your only child?
my only child.
Now, back in 2022, did you and your daughter communicate regularly?
Yes, we did,
Was that mostly in person or by phone?
in person.
Now, at my request, did you review your contact information on your phone for your daughter? On your phone, like her phone number and everything?
Yes,
And what was her telephone number back in July of 2022?
904-609-1886.
Now, was your daughter working in 2022?
2022, yes.
And what was she doing?
Tasheka was, during the summer, she was a sub, and then she was a radio personality.
And had she recently gotten degrees to further her teaching position?
Yes, she got her master's degree in leadership,
Did your daughter have any children?
too.
And who were they?
Bursey and Bailey.
And how old were Bursey and Bailey in July of 2022?
Bailey was 1, going on 2, and Bursey was 2, going on 3.
And who was the father of those two children?
Bursey.
Who
The
was
father, Bursey Armstrong.
Now, since your daughter had 2 children with Bursey Armstrong, had you had contact with him? Had you met him before?
Yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom today? And if you need to stand up and look around, you can. I know there's a monitor there.
yes, I see him.
Could you identify him by where he's seated and maybe an article of clothing he's wearing?
He has on glasses, and he has on a dark suit, and got his hand up on his mouth.
Do I make record of what she's identified the defendant?
Yes, the record shall so reflect.
Thank you, Michelle. You have something to say. Now, in July of 2022, was your daughter pregnant?
Yes,
And who was the father of the unborn child?
Bursey Armstrong.
How long had your daughter been in a relationship with the defendant, Bursey Armstrong?
Oh, I think maybe 8 to 10 plus years, something like that.
Was there a relationship during those years, on again, off again?
On again, off again, yes.
From what you could see, did you think it was a healthy relationship?
No,
Were you aware that earlier in 2022, Mr. Armstrong had moved out of the state?
yes,
In those periods when state, did your daughter meet anyone else?
No.
So, if your daughter was killed on July 23rd, 2022, which is a Saturday morning, when was the last time you saw her and the children?
That Friday night.
Do you and your daughter normally have contact on Saturdays?
Sometimes.
But normally, if you don't have contact, why is it that you don't have as much contact with her on Saturdays?
Because that's her weekend arrest on Saturdays.
So then it wouldn't be unusual for you to go even the whole day without really speaking to her on a Saturday?
No, it wouldn't be unusual.
Now, on Saturday, July 23rd, 2022, did you get a call and a text from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
So which was first?
Well, I happened to look at my phone later, but I got a call from him.
And you missed that call?
I missed that call because I was maybe doing some laundry and my phone was in my room.
So then, did you, after that, receive a text?
I received a text, yes.
Do you remember approximately what time on Saturday you got a text from him?
Oh, it was around 4, maybe 4:14, something like that, p.m.
Did you two have the kind of relationship when he would normally call you or text you?
No.
And what was that text message? What did it say?
The text message said, Mrs. Young, have you heard from Tasheka? If you do, tell her to call me.
So after you got that text, did you think that was unusual, getting a text from the defendant?
Yes.
Did you try and call your daughter?
Yes.
Did she answer?
No.
So what did you decide to do at that point?
I told my husband, I said, Ralph, put on your shoes. Something is wrong. He never called me. My husband put on his shoes, got in the car, and drove to her apartment.
What apartment complex was she living in?
Mission Point.
And do you remember which apartment she was living in?
It was 3rd floor, 312, I believe the number.
What time did you and your husband get to her apartment?
Oh, around 4:30, 4:32, or maybe a little later.
So when you got to the apartment and you went upstairs, what did you do first?
But she always give me a key, so I got the key, put in the door. And it was unusual because I looked at the door and the door was gutted.
So what did you do at that point when you saw the door was gutted? But
I still pushed it and went in.
So when you walked into the apartment, what was the first thing you did?
First thing I did was scream her name and ran to the bathroom and then hit the door and she wasn't there, and then I screamed her name again and ran to her room.
And when you got to her room, what did you see?
She was on the floor, and her baby girl was holding her mom's hand. And Bursey was in the bed just shaking, just shaking.
Now, when you saw Bailey holding your mom's hand, did your daughter at that point, did she have a baby blanket on her? Do you remember seeing a baby blanket on her?
I don't remember seeing a baby blanket on her, no.
Did Bailey and Bursey both have baby blankets that they used?
They had blankets, yes.
Did you call 911 at that point?
Yes, I did.
What was the condition of the children in terms of hunger, food, thirsty?
They were hungry, they were wet, they were glad to see me.
You're at this time, I have no further questions, and I will tend to the witness response.
Councilman Bailey?
Ma'am, you said that Mr. Armstrong had called and texted you, right?
Yes.
So you did have the number, right? You don't talk to him very often, but you have the number.
Yeah, my phone number, yes.
Okay. And when you used your key to get in, was the lock still functioning, or did you push the door and the door just opened?
When I put my key in, looked like it was It was open, it wasn't jammed, you know, I put the key in, but I went in and it was like, I'm like,
Well, did you have to turn the key though, I guess?
I think I turned it once, but the door just pushed open.
That's all right. Thank you.
Nothing further than that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Young. You may step down and you are excused. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
State Fire Detective S.B. Taylor.
Detective Taylor, please. Okay, do we need a court reporter? All right, can you see counsel Stepfather? Okay, sir, thank you. If you'll come forward and be sworn.
You saw this law firm testimony to give the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Detective. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is now Officer S.B. Taylor, ID 7256,
And by whom are you employed and for how long?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, over 21 years.
Can you give the jury a summary of what your positions were with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office within those 21 years?
I was a patrol officer, a task force officer, an offender tracking detective, a crime scene detective, and now I'm a traffic enforcement officer.
Now, prior to going to traffic, which is your current position, how many years were you in as a crime scene detective?
11 years.
What are the duties of a major crime scene detective?
We photograph, collect, and preserve items of evidence at crime scenes.
And what training or education did you receive that would qualify you to collect evidence and preserve it?
Upon assignment to the unit, I did initial training with a veteran detective, and then I attended basic crime scene investigation, digital photography training, shooting investigation.
I'm going to direct your attention to July 23rd, 2022 at 12450 Biscayne Boulevard, apartment 312 in Jacksonville, Florida. Were you assigned as the lead crime scene detective for that case?
Yes, I was.
And how were you assigned as the lead detective for that case?
Just normal case rotation.
So when you first arrived at the apartment, what was the first thing that you did?
First thing we do is typically we'll meet with the detectives on the scene and discuss what's known and kind of the direction that they want to go with handling the processing of the scene.
Now, in this case, I know sometimes maybe a person's body is not still there. Was the victim's body still at the apartment when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
Is it common to have, for the lead detective to have another evidence detective assisting?
Yes, it is very uncommon to work a major crimes investigation by yourself.
Who was the main evidence technician who was assisting you in the apartment?
Detective Anderson.
When you have another detective assisting you, how do you normally divide up the task as far as like collecting evidence, taking photographs?
My personal preference as a lead detective is I like to do my own photography, and I will have whoever's assisting me dealing with packaging and collecting evidence.
And in this case, did you take photographs of the apartment and the evidence as you found it?
Yes, I did.
And Detective, I'm going to show you some photographs. And Detective, you see something on your screen?
Yes, I did.
Is this being shown on the juror monitors at this time?
It's going to be.
Currently it's not.
Okay, because it's not in evidence yet.
Well, Your Honor, the defense has already looked at the photographs and told me that he is agreeing to these photographs.
That's correct.
Okay, so is there a disc containing all the photographs?
I have given the clerk a book.
A book with each photograph? Okay, so let's just be sure the record is clear then. Those are exhibits what? B?
It's going to be, the photographs are going to be B through R, and the sequential item number will be 2 through 18.
Okay, then without objection, exhibits B through R marked for identification will be moved into evidence as states exhibits number 2 through 18.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have those properly marked. And let me also advise the jury that any and all items that are moved into evidence during the course of the trial will be sent back with you to the jury room for your use if you wish to view them again. But at this time, you may go ahead and proceed to publish states 2 through 18.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, so Detective, on your screen, you see exhibit B.
Yes, I
It's
do.
now 2. What is shown in that photograph?
That's a photograph of the front door showing the damage to the door and to the door frame.
And now I'm going to go to number 3, which on your screen is going to show state exhibit C. What is that depicting?
That is a close-up photograph of the damage to the door frame.
And next is going to be state exhibit D, which is now evidence 4. What is shown in that photograph?
You can see the damage to the door frame on the right, and that's a photograph of the surface of the door with the actual deadbolt and the closing.
Now, officer, by the time you arrived at the scene, had there already been other officers in the apartment and fire and rescue?
Yes.
So the position of that door being open right there is just the position you saw it as you were taking photographs, but you don't know how it looked when the other officers first arrived, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit E, which is number 5 in evidence. What's shown in this?
This is a photograph taken from the living room. You can see the door with the damage to the frame, and that white piece of wood laying on the floor, that is a piece of the facing from the door frame.
So now going to F, which is State's Exhibit 6. Is that just a different angle of that door jamb piece that you just described?
Yes, it is.
And would it be accurate to say that prior to you taking that photograph, you didn't move anything from the way it was?
No, I did not.
So now I'm going to go to G, which is State 7. What's seen in this photograph?
That is a photograph taken from the living room. You can see a little piece of the frame down at the bottom, and you can see the bedroom. And if you look past that door, you can see the decedent.
Now, showing you H, which is State's number 8. What is this a photograph
inside the master bedroom with the decedent present on the floor.
And I can see some white, like paddles or pads, so that would have been there when you first saw her and took the picture.
Yes, that's typically equipment placed by fire rescue personnel.
So again, you didn't move anything in the bedroom prior to taking this picture?
Correct.
Okay, so now I'm going to State's Exhibit I, which is 9, and what is this showing?
That is a photograph close-up of the decedent, and with her hand kind of being the focus of the photograph, but if you look underneath the hand, you can see a spent casing.
And is that a gloved hand right there holding her hand, lifting it up, that you see in the top of the picture?
Yes, it is.
Is that you or someone, is that Detective Anderson?
No, that's going to be the medical examiner. Officers were not permitted to manipulate the bodies.
So next I'm showing you J, which is now in evidence as 10, and what is this a picture of?
That is now a picture of the casing with the hand moved out of the way.
And then I'm showing you State's Exhibit K, which is 11 state's evidence, and what is that a photograph of?
That's a close-up of the casing.
And so now this is L, which is state's evidence 12. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the bed in the master bedroom. You can see the decedent's feet in the lower right-hand corner. And on this pillow here, you'll see the blood stain.
Okay. And what is shown in this next exhibit, which is M states, so M and it states exhibit 13. What is shown in this one?
That is a close-up of the pillow with the blood stain, and if you look right here, you can see a small hole in the pillow.
And what about N, which is now states 14? What is seen in this photograph?
That is, again, the pillow. The pillowcase has been pulled back, and here you'll see what we identify as unknown fragments.
Okay, so now I'm showing you state's exhibit O. And what is seen in O?
That is a close-up of the fragments found in the pillow.
And at some point, I mean, you did not collect it. Are the fragments collected?
Yes, yes, they are.
And what about in states P, which is 16?
That is just a shot of the bed in the master bedroom, just from a little further away, showing how the bed was found.
What about Q, which is state 17?
That is a photograph of a casing on a rug in the children's bedroom.
And do you remember where the children's bedroom was in relationship to where you had found the deceased?
Yes, if you're standing facing the door to the master bedroom, in front of that door, if you turn to the left, the door to the children's bedroom would be there.
And then what about R, which is state 18?
Just a close-up of the casing.
First witness.
Yes.
May the record reflect that I am shown
casing that was collected by myself. That's my ID number, the initials, and the date on the blue evidence tape.
And what other tape is on that?
That is red evidence tape, and I do believe that that is placed by Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
So was the red tape added after you had sealed it with blue tape on it?
Yes, when I turned this in to property, the only blue tape that would have been on it would have been this strip across the back here.
So other than the addition of the red tape, does the casing look like it's in the same, substantially the same condition as when you sealed it?
Yes, it does.
And officer, after you had taken the photographs and collected that casing, did that complete your involvement in the case?
Other than writing my final report for the case, that was the completion of the work done at the scene.
Yeah, at this time, I have no further questions. I would tend to the witness for a cross.
Can I cross examine?
No questions, Judge.
Okay. May this witness be excused then? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused and free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Detective Anderson.
Detective Anderson, please. All right, ma'am, will you come forward and be sworn?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Could you tell me the record?
Yes, first name is Shanoa, S-H-E-N-F-A. Last name is Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
August will be 6 years.
And what's your current assignment?
I am currently assigned to the crime scene unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And what's your role within the crime scene unit?
I'm a crime scene detective.
I want to turn your attention to July 23rd, 2022. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you respond to a crime scene with Detective Taylor?
I did.
Do you recall where that scene was?
The address was 12450 Biscayne Boulevard.
So Mission Point Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were you directed to collect evidence by Detective Taylor?
Yes, I assisted Detective Taylor with processing the scene, searching and locating evidence, as well as collecting it.
Do you recall how many bedrooms this apartment was?
It was 2 bedrooms.
Did you observe any casings within the main bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
You have permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm showing you for the record what's been labeled as State's Exhibit T for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my handwriting on the envelope.
And is that the casing that you located inside the apartment?
I did, inside the main bedroom.
Now, at this time, the state would seek to move this into evidence as states.
It'll be 19.
19.
If there's no objection. Okay, without objection, Exhibit I will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, Exhibit T will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit number 19.
Did you observe any fragments or projectiles inside that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you observe those fragments?
It was located on a pillow, which was on the bed in the main bedroom.
Did you collect them?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Commissioner Approach?
Yes.
Just a recommendation of defense counsel. I'm approaching with states U and V for identification. Did you recognize these exhibits?
I did.
And what are they?
There's two unknown size fragments, which is from the pillow, as well as an unknown size projectile with bio from the pillow.
And do these similar to the casing have your handwriting on them as well?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, Commission move into evidence of states 20 and 21.
Any objection? All right, without objection, states exhibits U and V shall be marked into evidence as states exhibit 20 and 21 respectively.
Detective, did you collect anything that was actually on the body that you located in that main bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was it?
There was a blanket, like a baby blanket, that was covering the bottom half of the victim.
Did you collect that blanket?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you collect any additional blankets in that room?
There were several blankets and comforters collected within the main bedroom.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you, Detective, with what's labeled State Exhibit W for identification. Are these two of the blankets that were located inside of that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And you collected these two blankets?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall which blanket was over the victim's body?
I believe it was the pink one.
Your Honor, at this time, State asking this is evidence of states for 21 or 22.
Any objection? Okay, without objection, states exhibit W for identification will be marked into evidence as states exhibit number 22.
And Detective, can you see or could you see any blood on either of the blankets?
There's a substance which appeared to be blood on the one on the right.
And just for the record, that would be the green and white blanket?
Yes.
Commissioner Publisher?
Yes.
Detective, after collecting the evidence that you described today, did you have any further involvement in processing the scene?
The only other involvement I had was after I left the scene, I responded to the property room where I submitted the evidence collected from the scene.
But after you took the items to the property room, that was your involvement?
Yes, ma'am.
Moment to confirm.
Okay.
No further question.
Thank you. Is there any cross?
No question, sir.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You're excused. Feel free to go. All right, State, we call your next witness.
State Call Detective Downs.
Detective Downs, please. All right, sir, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Detective T.J. Downs, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Crime Team Unit,
And who are you employed by?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how many years?
I've been since 2006.
Could you give the jury a summary of what your positions have been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. I started at the jail in 2006. I transferred to patrol in 2016, and then transferred to the crime team unit in 2020.
And so what are the duties when you moved into the crime scene unit, what were your duties?
The process scenes, that's by photographs, collection of potential evidence, perhaps taking measurements.
What training or education did you receive that enabled you to become a crime scene detective?
We shadow with a seasoned crime scene detective, and then we take a basic crime scene class, photography class, and then other various classes that come our way as they're offered.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to July 24th of 2022. Did you go to 2563 Crooked Creek Point Road, Middleburg, Florida?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how were you assigned to go to that home?
We get the call that pops up on our screen, and then if we're available, not doing anything else, we go ahead and take it.
And what were you sent there for?
To process the scene of something involving a homicide.
But was it via a search warrant?
Correct, it was a search warrant.
Do you actually review the search warrant before you start processing the home?
Yes, we photographed it.
Now, because this home is in Middleburg and it was in Clay County, were there other officers from other agencies present while you were processing the scene?
Yes, ma'am, the Clay County deputies were on hand.
Now, when you first arrived at this home, who did you speak with in terms of trying to figure out what you were looking for?
There was JSL homicide detectives on the scene.
When you were processing the scene, was one of the things you did was take photographs of the home?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, at this point, I will move into evidence by consent. States Exhibits X through 2F in sequential order. And I believe that would be 23 through 31.
All right, is there any objection to those photographs?
There.
All right, then without objection, States Exhibit X through 2F will be marked into evidence of States Exhibit 23 through 31 respectively.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may publish?
Yes.
Now, do you see the photographs on your screen, Detective?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is shown in States Exhibit X, which is now 23?
That is the house from the street.
And what about Y, which is now in evidence is 24?
Those were the steps at the rear of the house, the backyard.
And what about Z, which is 25 in evidence?
Those were clothing I discovered underneath those steps.
And when you say clothing, can you point out in this picture where you are seeing clothing?
Right underneath the base of the steps.
Can you circle it, or did you? There you go. So that's the clothing that you had seen?
Yes, ma'am.
So next is 2A, which is now 26 in evidence. What's shown in that photograph?
A pair of sweatpants, a red cap, and a black hoodie.
Are those the items of clothing that you just circled in the last photograph that you had seen underneath the wooden steps?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And what about 2B, which is now 27?
That is a side view of the steps.
Can you see anything in that photograph in terms of when you're coming down that last step? What's in front of the steps right there in the photograph?
There is a hole right there at the base of the steps.
What about in 2C, which is now 28 in evidence?
That is the same hole from directly on top.
Did you have to remove dirt from that hole to get inside the hole? Was it actually covered by some loose dirt?
Yes, ma'am, there was loose dirt.
So what drew your attention to this hole? Was it the clothes first and then you saw the hole?
That is correct.
What about 2D, which is now 29?
It's a Glock 43X semi-automatic pistol.
And is that what you took out of the hole?
That's correct. It was buried underneath the dirt. I had to dig the dirt out, dig it out.
And what about 2E, which is now 30 in evidence?
That is the same pistol.
Just a closer view?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about 2F, which is now 31?
That is the opposite side of the pistol.
And on that picture, can you see the serial number on the firearm?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And could you circle that? I may approach the witness.
Yes.
I'm first showing, states, 2K, 2J, and 2G, 2 defense. Let me approach the witness.
Yes.
Thank you. First, I'm going to start with 2G. What do you recognize in this box?
Okay, this is the same pistol in the photo.
And is the serial number the same?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, when you collected that firearm, what did you do with the firearm?
I swapped the firearm for DNA, and then the magazine for DNA, and then I handed it over to Homicide Detective Hansen.
So then, you did not submit this into evidence?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
So if there's tape on this, this would be tape from someone else?
That's correct.
Does it, other than the fact that you did not seal the box, does that firearm look like it's in the same condition as when you recovered it from the home?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And then I'm going to show you 2H and 2I, or 2I, I'm going to start with 2I. What do you recognize 2I to be?
This is the swab that I collected from the pistol's magazine.
And let me ask you about the swab. As far as sealings, is that sealed by you?
Correct, except for the red sealing.
So other than the fact that there's no red sealing, was that, this looks like it's in the same, substantially the same condition as when you would have sealed it and put it away?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Did you also collect, did you search any of the vehicles that were on the property?
Yes, ma'am, we searched a Volvo, I believe it was.
And did you find anything in the Volvo?
Yes, there was a 9mm live round.
And did you collect that live round?
I did, yes, ma'am.
You want to identify the approach?
Yes.
Maybe for the record, I'm showing 2H defense and 2K. We talked earlier when I was up here about the swab from the firearm, and this is 2H, which you talked about swab from the magazine. This is 2H. What is that?
This is the swab from the actual firearms.
And again, you sealed this yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And other than the red tape that has been added to it, that swab looks like it's in the same, or substantially the same condition?
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm going to show you 2K. What do you recognize 2K to be?
This is like the live round that I collected from the vehicle.
And that has your sealing on it, and it remains, it looks like it's in the same, or substantially the same condition?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, this time I would move 2K into evidence in the next sequential order.
Any objection? All right, without objection, Exhibit 2K will be marked into evidence as Exhibit number 32 for the state.
Now, Detective, when you collected that firearm, did you take any ammunition out of the firearm before you handed it over to a homicide detective?
Yes.
And what did you take out of the firearm?
There were 4 9mm live rounds in the magazine.
And you would have collected those and put those in evidence yourself?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Did you collect the clothing, the sweatpants, and the hoodie that you found?
I did, yes, ma'am.
You know, again, if I may approach?
Yes.
the magazine of the weapon.
And were those sealed in the same manner that you discussed before?
They are, yes, ma'am.
And do they appear to be in the same, or substantially the same condition as when you submitted them as a property?
Yes, they are.
So I'm going to show you 2L. What do you recognize 2L to be?
Those are the sweatpants underneath the stairs in the backyard.
And does the back have your ceiling on it?
It does.
Does it have any additional ceilings?
It has a red seal on it as well.
So in addition to the red seal, then, is there anything else that you recall that was different in these than when you submitted them?
Currently, there's some holes in the pants that I did not do.
Okay. So other than this hole, and the addition of the red tape, these appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you submitted them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And the same thing with 2M, what do you recognize that to be?
That is the hood, but that was underneath the stairs.
And do you see your label on
I
it?
do.
Do you see additional labels?
Red weapons with label.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
Besides the holes and circles, yes.
And again, you did not do the whole thing.
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
All right, this time I will put 2J into evidence, have it in the next sequential order.
All right, any objection? All right, without objection, 2J will be marked into evidence as State's Exhibit number 33. 33. Yes.
Now, Detective, when you were collecting the hoodie and the sweatpants, were you wearing protective gloves?
Yes, medical grade gloves.
What did you do to ensure there was no, once you collected them, I understand they were underneath the stairs together, but once you separated them, what did you do to ensure that they were not put together again?
For each article, that we get a different pair of gloves. We'll remove the old gloves, replace a new pair of gloves from the box, and they get separated in separate bags.
And you made sure that occurred in this case with the sweatpants and the hoodie?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with the firearm, did you use different gloves to collect that, and when you swabbed that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you swabbed between the magazine and the firearm, did you switch out gloves or keep those the same?
Different gloves as well.
Matter of fact, just need that one moment.
All right.
Your Honor, I would attend to this witness for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Any cross?
No questions, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You are excused and free to go.
Thank you, ma'am. You all be blessed.
Okay. We'll see your attorneys at sidebar. We don't need medical. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going about an hour and 15 minutes, so now is a good time for us to take a comfort break, a short recess. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads on your seats and not take them with you at this time. You can have a step into the jury room for a break. Please remember that you're not to talk about this case among yourselves during this recess, because you must try this case only on the evidence presented here in the courtroom, in your collective presence, and in the presence of the attorneys, the defendant, and the court. But at this time, I'll give you a recess for approximately 15 or so minutes. Thank you very much.
All rise.
thank you very much. Jury's out of courtroom, will be in recess.
So the tape deck
Yeah.
had two format settings, and I was like, well, I'll just do both, just in case. So one card I wanted.
Hey, everybody has to go outside for recess. You can't speak. Other than the news, you're fine, but everybody else has to. Hold on one second. We're trying to let them know. Hey, Ryan.
I'll give you a recess for approximately 15 or so minutes. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that side. This side over here. So you're right.
Just move the
Yeah, y'all change it.
wagons in there.
Volunteer to.
No. Well, she asked me, but I did not volunteer. Then from yeah.
And I was like, he's like, yeah, it's a
I
guaranteed
usually
day.
she's lately having me float Monday and Tuesday anyway.
Oh, okay. So that's probably why. Because I was just going to be the night side floater today. There should be something in there. And I was like, in 405. It's in 406. Oh, that doesn't help us. Yeah.
You need to go to the bushes.
That's why I didn't see that where you can get.
Sorry, are you guys off? Just want to make sure we're not being.
No, I don't think it should be recording. It's just put on the logo for now.
Okay, so we're not on audio.
Your audio right now, hold on. I don't want to mess with it.
You don't want to mess with it, just unplug it.
Yeah. Let's see, channel 2.
Where is he? Oh, he's right in here.
Oh yeah, he might be in there. Yeah, no, I got that, yeah. Oh, I got you.
CU.
And what is your current occupation, doctor?
I'm an associate medical examiner working in District 4 Medical Examiner's office in Jacksonville.
And how long have you been employed with the medical examiner's office here in Jacksonville?
I'm employed in this office since July 2002, so I have 22 years.
And could you give the jury a summary of your experience?
I graduated the School of Medicine a long time ago, let's say in 1982. And after the School of Medicine, I worked as a medical examiner in my country, which is Romania, in Eastern Europe. And after that, I came in the United States, and as any foreign medical graduate, I had to retrain. And I did 2 years of anatomic pathology, 2 years of clinical pathology, and 2 years of neuropathology, all of them at the State University of New York in Brooklyn, and 1 year of forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the State of Maryland in Baltimore. After that, I came in Jacksonville, and I'm in the actual position, as I said, for the last 22 years.
Now, could you explain to the jury what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a medical specialty, actually a subspecialty of pathology. Pathology being a medical specialty diagnosing diseases using the tools of laboratory, and the forensic pathology is using the findings of pathology in the field of law.
Now, is forensic pathology the study to determine the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
In your field, do you perform autopsies?
Yes.
And what is an autopsy?
More than 7,000.
No, I'm sorry, what is an autopsy?
Oh, what is an autopsy? An autopsy is examination of a deceased, consisting of an external examination and after that an internal examination.
Now, during an autopsy, does your office actually photograph the body and take x-rays as you're performing it?
Yes.
And you said you've done 7,000. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in a court of law regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
How many times and in what jurisdiction?
Around 200 times.
And that includes Duval County?
In different counties in Florida.
And Your Honor, at this time I would tender the witness to defense counsel for questioning.
Any additional voir dire?
No.
Okay, you may proceed.
Now, when you conduct an autopsy, is each autopsy given a specific identifying number for that person?
Yes, in our office we give a number for every case, and that's a unique number. It's not going to ever be repeated.
And is it associated with the year of the autopsy and then it goes from there in sequential order?
Basically, all the cases that are referred to us are getting a number, so this case also.
So, Doctor, on July 25th of 2022, did you perform an autopsy on a person identified as Tasheka Young?
Yes.
And the medical examiner's number was 22-1801, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2Q, and just a minute it should pop up on your screen.
This is what we call an identification picture.
And Judge, if I could back up, at this time, the defense has agreed to allow these photographs into evidence. That would be 2Q through 2Y, and that would be in sequential order.
All right, and there's no objection?
That's right.
All right, without objection, then 2Q through 2Y will be marked into evidence for the state as number 34 through 42.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let's go to 2Q, which is 34, and what do you recognize that photograph to be?
So this is an identification picture in which you can see the face of the deceased and the number of the case. 22 indicating the year, it was 2022, and after that, that number for that specific year.
Okay. Now what about 2S? What do you see? And that's states, I'm sorry, 2R, number 35, what do you see in that?
This is a picture of the upper body, and you can see in this area a gunshot wound. It is an entrance gunshot wound because we have regular borders, and there is an abrasion indicating the angle of the bullet as the bullet got into the body.
And so would that be, I know we're looking at the photograph a certain way, would that be
It's
her
like,
left shoulder?
I'm gonna try to make it something like this.
Right, so that would be the deceased's left shoulder though.
Left shoulder, anterior left shoulder.
And could you explain to the jury what interior is? Is that front?
Yes.
And then what is seen in State's Exhibit 2S, which is 36?
We have a picture of the back of the left shoulder, and in this case, we have 2 gunshot wounds.
Now, on that photograph, I'm going to erase what you just drew. Which one would be the exit wound for the one that you just described us that went into the front of the shoulder?
So in these cases, there were, if I can go ahead a little bit, there were 2 gunshot wounds.
Okay.
One was on the anterior side of the left shoulder, the other one was on the posterior side of the left shoulder. From the anterior side, we have an exit wound here. So this is the exit for the wound that you saw previously on the anterior side. The other one, if you can erase,
Yeah. And
not be confusing.
when you use the term posterior, does that just mean back? The back of the
Yes.
shoulder?
So she was shot in the back. This is the entrance on the back. So we have 2 entrances, one on the front, one on the back.
And the one on the back, the entry wound into the back left shoulder, did that one have an exit?
This one did not have an exit because the bullet traveled to the body and was recovered by me in the body. I will explain you later, but I can do it now.
Let me go down to that. Let me go to the next photograph. And so this is an x-ray. So what is States 2T number 36 showing?
In all the gunshot wounds, we do x-rays just to see if there are any fragments left in the body or bullets. Or, like in this case, we can see injuries to the bones. And we have a fracture of the bones of the left shoulder.
Now, so this one is showing, this is where the...
There are those small whitish
Right.
fragments or whiter fragments.
And this would be from the one that went into the front of
That's from the front one, because that wound was through the bones of the left shoulder.
And would you expect when a bullet goes through bone like that and then exits, would you expect the bullet to fragment?
Yes, and not only, but it's helping the pathologist to identify the direction of the bullet, because going through a bone, the bullet is displacing the fragments as it's going to, so you can have a better idea what was the direction.
Now, what is shown in this one, which is 2U and now 38 in evidence?
This is an X-ray of the right chest, and here we can see a bullet. So this is the bullet from the second gunshot wound, second in my report. So as is described, so it's the gunshot wound from the back of the shoulder, let's put it this way.
And were you able to recover that projectile?
This was recovered in the right breast.
Now, you were discussing, let me go back to the gunshot wound that goes into the left shoulder, the front. What was the direction and path of travel of that bullet?
Well, this one is, direction is front to back. and slightly upwards, let's put it this way.
So the wounds are slightly upward from
Because
front to back?
as I showed you, direction is going slightly upwards.
The fact that it's the front and then it goes through some bone and fragments, would that be consistent if she is in bed on a pillow and fragments are found in the pillow? Could that be consistent with that direction?
Yeah, there is a possibility.
Now, what injuries inside were associated with this wound?
In this one, as I mentioned, there are injuries to the bones.
Now, going to the injury, the entrance wound in the back left shoulder, what was the direction of that gunshot?
In the case of the gunshot on the back of the left shoulder, the bullet went through the left lung, went through the right lung, and then stopped into the right breast, from where I recovered the bullet that you saw on the X-ray.
Now, on either the front entrance gunshot wound or the back entrance, did you see, let me ask you first, what is stippling?
Stippling is one of the so-called secondary factors of the shooting, so we are dealing with certain stippling. So stippling are the fragments that are going through the barrel of the gun together with the bullet, and they are embedding into the skin surrounding the gunshot wound. And that's why sometimes they are calling like a gun powder tattoo. It's like fragments embedding into the skin. And by literature, they are described to be in less than 3 feet distance from the barrel of the gun to the body. So within those 3 feet, we can see stippling. More than 3 feet usually disappears.
Now, so looking at that front...
So we didn't have any stippling related to both of those gunshot wounds.
So in this case, with both gunshot wounds, the person who shot would have been 3 feet or further away?
More than 3 feet.
More than 3 feet. Now, again, going to the one where you said the bullet went from the back and into the breast area, could you describe the internal injuries that would have been sustained from that gunshot?
So, as I mentioned, injured both lungs and was associated with a large amount of blood that I recovered from both chest cavities. It was more than 1,300 milliliters of blood.
Now, 1,300 milliliters of blood, what percentage of a person's blood would that be?
Considering that the average for a normal person is about 5,000, average might be less. So 1,300 can be close to 30% in some people, 25 to 30%.
So with that wound to the left back shoulder that caused all that blood in the lung cavity, would that have been a fatal wound?
Yes.
Would the first one into the front of the shoulder, would that have been a fatal wound by itself?
No.
Now, what is blunt force trauma?
Blunt force trauma are injuries which are occurring on the body when a hard object is hitting the body or the body is hitting a hard object or surface or something. Basically, it's very difficult, close to impossible to identify what caused the blunt trauma.
I'm going to go back to the photograph 35. Do you see any abrasions in this photograph?
She had one abrasion here and another one here.
Is that technically considered blunt force trauma?
Those are considered blunt force trauma because they are on this category, but they are like superficial injuries affecting the skin only.
Now, could those two abrasions that you've just circled, could those have been caused from someone being thrown down onto, say, a carpeted floor?
Can be from falling on hard So yes.
Now, what are defensive wounds?
Defensive wounds are by definition wounds that are inflicted when somebody is trying to protect himself or herself from assailant or whatever.
Now, it should be on your screen right now, State's Exhibit 2F, which is now 39 into evidence.
The most common areas in self-defense wounds are the hands and forearms. And in this case, we see the left hand and the left forearm, and there are no wounds.
And what about 2W, which is now 40 in evidence? Do you see any defensive wounds on this?
No, no blunt trauma, no defensive wounds, nothing.
Now, as part of your diagnosis, when you were doing the autopsy with Ms. Young, what did you diagnose as far as her being pregnant?
Pregnant is somebody who's carrying a product of conception.
No, I mean as far as Ms. Young, was she pregnant?
Yes,
How far along do you think she was in her pregnancy?
10 weeks.
And do you do a separate autopsy from the deceased person when the fetus is 10 weeks?
No, we never do autopsies on these very, very small fetuses. And our rule is to do a separate autopsy in cases of babies at more than 20 weeks.
And so this next photograph I'm going to show you what is seen in 2X, which is 41.
This is on the open uterus, and we can see the placenta is here.
And that would be where...
And the rest of the uterus, there are the ovaries. So we have like the product of conception in the uterus.
And what is seen in this next photograph, which is 2Y and now 42 into evidence?
This is a picture after I incise the placenta, so we can see the amniotic sac. So it's the sac where the fetus is lying, and we can see the fetus in.
And I know you said you don't do an autopsy when they're this small, but in this case, when Miss Young died, what occurred to the fetus when Miss Young stopped breathing?
The fetus died because the mother died, because the fetus is totally dependent on the blood coming from the mother. When that is not coming anymore, then the fetus is dying.
And you want to have me approach?
Yes.
Showing defense states 2Z for identification and 3A. Doctor, I know you said you recovered the projectile from Miss Young's breast. What do you recognize 2Z to be?
So this is the bullet that I placed in this envelope. And on the back of the envelope, you can see that it was sealed and initialed by me.
And is this appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you took it from Miss Young?
Yes.
Did you also take what is called DNA or buccal swabs from Miss Young?
Yes.
And I'm showing you 3A. Would the buccal swab be contained in that envelope right there?
Yes.
And that appears to be the same condition as when you
Yes.
put it? At this time, I would move 2Z and 3A into evidence in sequential order.
Any objection? All right, without objection then, 2Z and 3A for the state will be moved into evidence at states numbers 43 and 44 respectively.
Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury?
Yes.
cause of death?
Cause of death is how somebody is died, and we are dealing with hundreds, maybe more, of causes of death, because somebody can die from a myocardial infarct, somebody else from a subdural hematoma due to a fall, or subdural hematoma due to a natural disease. Somebody else can die from multiple injuries in a traffic accident. Somebody else from a gunshot wound. So there are different causes of death.
Now, what was the cause of death for Ms. Young and her fetus?
In this case, the cause of death was 2 gunshot wounds of the left shoulder and chest.
And what's meant by the phrase manner of death?
Manner of death is indicating basically how the cause of death occurred. So for the state of Florida, we have 5 manners of death, which are natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
And in this case, what was the manner of death for Ms. Young and her unborn child?
In this case, the manner of death is homicide.
And I have no further questions, and I'll tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right.
No questions, Judge?
Do the parties wish for me to read the stipulation at this time?
Oh, I thought that, John, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that's called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. Now, in this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is as follows. The body examined on July 25, 2022 by Dr. Aurelie Nicolescu, Associate Medical Examiner, bearing the medical examiner's case number of 22-1801 is that of Tasheka Young. Thank you very much. And with that, then, may this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nicolescu. You're excused and free to go.
Thank you.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
He was called FBI analyst Annalie Anderson.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm testimony you give is truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Emily Amiher, spelled E-M-I-L-E-E, and the last name A-M-I-H-E-R.
And who are you employed by?
I'm currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center.
How long have you been employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been with the department in total over 11 years.
And what is your current assignment and duty?
My current assignment is as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you been working in the firearms section?
I've been a qualified analyst in the firearms section for nearly 7.5 years.
What are your primary duties as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section?
As an analyst in the firearms section, our primary responsibility is comparing fired components, usually bullets and cartridge cases, to see if they were fired from the same firearm if no gun is submitted in a case, or from a particular firearm if a gun is submitted in a case.
Could you give the jurors a summary of their education and background that qualifies you to be a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section?
So I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida, and I also have a master's degree in crime scene investigation forensic science from the George Washington University. And additionally, FDLE has its own in-house firearms training program for analysts.
And can you describe the training that you went through with Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
So the firearms training program for analysts is approximately 16 to 17 months, and that includes 2 phases. So in the first phase, you'll do academic study as well as practical and experimental exercises in a myriad of subjects, including comparison of fire components, of bullets, cartridge cases, shot cells, shot shell components, things like that, that the analysts will encounter when they eventually start doing casework. We'll also do reading on history of firearms and ammunition, and as well as focus on the mechanics of how ammunition and firearms actually work. So the first 2 phases would include that type of study for a bunch of different subjects that an analyst will encounter during their work. And the 2 phases will culminate in what is called an oral board examination, which is a 2 to 3 hour question and answer examination with the Firearms Training Committee, which are all qualified examiners that are experienced within the field that are assigned to the analyst. And both of those have to be passed before you can move from one part to the next. So in that, after the phase 1 oral board, the second oral board is done, the analyst training will move on to phase 2, and that includes a period of approximately 800 hours of supervised casework, which comes out to about 5 to 6 months, where an analyst will do real casework under the under the supervision of a qualified analyst within the section. And after all of that is completed, an analyst will be assigned a mock case, where they'll do their own examination of the mock evidence and then testify to their findings in a group setting with real attorneys. All of these phases have to be signed off on by forensic management in order for the analyst to be then certified to do their own independent casework in firearms.
Are you currently in any leadership roles?
So in addition to being a crime laboratory analyst in firearms, I am also FDLE's firearms technical leader.
And what is a firearms technical leader responsible for?
So the technical leader for firearms has numerous responsibilities, which includes the maintenance and control standards of all of our equipment in firearms. And if we choose to research and bring on any sort of new examination processes or equipment, I am responsible for that as well. I'm also responsible for the overseeing all the training of every trainee in our state, and as well as maintaining all the documentation for firearms that includes both internally and for accreditation purposes.
Over the course of your career, how many times have you had the opportunity to make comparisons to determine whether or not a particular cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm?
Approximately thousands.
How many times have you had the opportunity to determine whether or not multiple fired cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm? I don't know if that's the same question.
Again, approximately thousands.
Have you previously testified as an expert in firearms identification?
Yes, I have.
How many times and in what jurisdictions?
Approximately 39 times at trial and in multiple jurisdictions and within our region. That includes Duval County, Marion County, Putnam, Alachua, just to name a few.
I mentioned before firearms identification. What is that?
So firearms identification is the forensic discipline that concerns itself with a microscopic comparison of those firearm components that I mentioned, usually bullets and cartridge cases, again, to see if they were fired from the same firearm, if no gun is submitted in a case, or from a particular firearm if a gun is submitted in a case.
Now, those of us less familiar with firearms would consider ammunition fired from a gun is what we'll call a bullet. What does ammunition actually consist of?
So what lay people usually refer to as bullets is actually what we call technically cartridges. So a cartridge is going to be a single unit of ammunition that contains 4 main components. So the cartridge case, which is the metal receptacle that contains all of the components therein, as well as the primer, which is seated in the underside, the base of the cartridge in what's called the primer pocket. And the primer contains explosive materials that, when struck with a blow from the firearm's firing pin, will actually explode under impact. and that explosion causes sparks or flames to be ignited within the primer pocket, and those sparks will travel through what would be an area called the flash hole that is within the cartridge case. And traveling through that flash hole, these sparks will hit a material called the propellant, which is otherwise known as gunpowder. And the ignition of the gunpowder will create a volume of gas, and that the gas will expand the cartridge case against the walls of the chamber of a firearm to seal it off, to build pressure, and the volume of gas will also allow the bullet to swell as well to the size of the bore, which is the inner portion of the barrel of a firearm. And that pressure from the gas will allow the bullet to be propelled down the barrel, and that propulsion will lead to the bullet's exit from the muzzle of the firearm.
Now, you mentioned before cartridge case described that. Is that what we would consider like casing?
Yes, it's commonly referred to as a cartridge case.
When you examine a cartridge, are you able to make any determinations as to the caliber, type, things of that nature?
So yes, when we do an examination of fire cartridge cases within the section, we'll be looking for that type of information, and things like the caliber are often stamped on the cartridge case itself in an area known as the head stamp.
What is a cartridge designation?
So a cartridge designation is the term used for a specific cartridge for which a firearm is designated to shoot. So things like 9mm Luger or 40 S&W, 45 Auto are all considered cartridge designations, so the specific type of ammunition that a firearm is designed to shoot.
In this case, did you receive a cartridge and were able to do a designation?
Yes, the cartridge designation is again often stamped on the underside of the cartridge case, which is known as the head, and again that information is called the head stamp.
And I'm sorry, you mentioned before a 9mm Luger. Is that what it was in this case?
Yes, that was the type of cartridge cases that were submitted to me.
And 9mm Luger, is that its caliber?
So again, 9mm Luger is the particular designation. The caliber has multiple definitions, depending on which item you're actually referring to, being either the firearm or the ammunition itself. So in the firearm, the caliber is actually the diameter of an imaginary circle that is formed by the tops of the lands on the inner portion of the firearm, otherwise known as the bore. And that measurement of that distance is known as the caliber of that firearm. For ammunition, the caliber is the nominal diameter measurement of the base of the bullet that resides within a cartridge.
When you're asked to examine casings or cartridges to determine if they're shot from the same firearm, you can't tell anything about the actual shooting itself or about the victim or the shooter, can you?
No, not at all. That's not the purpose of firearms identification. We're really only looking to look at the evidence to see if we can determine, again, if they were fired from the same firearm or from a particular firearm, depending on the circumstances of the case. So we're looking to attribute the evidence to the questions of really why and how something occurred at a particular shooting incident. So the why being, or excuse me, the what being exactly what type of firearm or ammunition components were contained at the incident, and the also the how being how many items are attributable to either the same source or a particular firearm in a case.
What's the normal procedure when you receive evidence for analysis?
So once evidence is, a case is assigned to me randomly by my supervisor, I will pick up the evidence from our secure evidence section, and those items will be scanned to my custody using an RFID label that is on every item of evidence that we have submitted to the laboratory in order to track chain of custody. So once those items are in my custody, I'll take them back to my office in the firearms section, which is a secure area where I can store the items and work on them as I'm working throughout the case. So in working the items initially, I'll first make sure I have a detailed accounting of all the items that I'm supposed to have and that were supposed to be assigned to the firearms section. So I'll make sure that I'll have all the packages that are contained on the tracking form that are supposed to be assigned to the section. And after making sure that I have all the items, I'll check seals and make sure that all the seals are intact and everything looks in good condition and is legible on the outside of the packaging before I start opening anything.
And once you open the package, do you do anything further with the package depending on the items that you receive?
Yes, so once I open the package, I will sign the outside of the packaging, so the outer packaging, any sort of inner packaging, and also the item itself with the unique FDLE case number that is assigned to the items in the case, as well as any sort of item number, and also my initials to be able to track the evidence within the section as I'm working it, and to make sure that the chain of custody is again maintained.
After any testing is completed, what do you do with the evidence at that point?
So after I'm done working a case and the lab report has been released, I'll be able to seal up all of those items and use our FDLE frangible tape to create new seals on the outside of the items. I'll seal up the outer and inner packaging, sign and date those seals, and then return the items to the evidence section via that RFID label that I mentioned before.
Were all those normal procedures followed in this case?
Yes, they were.
Regarding FDLE number 2022-04-04668 in July of 2022, what evidence did FDLE receive to analyze?
So there were 3 items that were submitted to the firearms section. If you don't mind if I may refer to my notes.
Yes.
So there was item 1 and 2, which were each one fire 9mm Luger caliber cartridge case, and then item 7, FDLE item 7, is one 9mm Luger caliber Glock semi-automatic pistol, which is a model 43X, and also 1 magazine.
Madam Commissioner Clerk?
Yes.
Unfortunately, was been previously identified as States Exhibit 2G for identification, F and T, which has been stipulated to as States 19, already in evidence 47 and 48.
Those are not the next sequential numbers. Do you realize that?
What's the next one?
45. We ended up on 44. And is there no objection? This is...
There's no objection.
Okay. I just want the record to be clear. So 2G, you're moving into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
S, you're moving into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
And T?
T is already in evidence at States 19.
That is correct. So if there is no objection on S and 2G, they will come in as 45 and 46 respectively. 45 for S and 46 for 2G.
I'm going to stick to 46 and 2G for identification first. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And is that the firearm that you received?
Yes, it is.
And does it still have the red tape and those things you just described that are normally used to seal the firearm before you receive it?
Yes.
I'm handing you States Exhibit 45, which is S for identification. Similarly, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
And I'll hand you States Exhibit 19, which is, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And the two exhibits that I just handed you, what were they?
Those are the 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases from items 1 and 2.
And And these are the cartridge casings that you received for testing in this case?
Yes.
And that's along with the firearm that you received for testing in this case as well?
Yes.
Your permission to publish?
Yes.
You mentioned before that you could recognize it based on your markings. Were each of those 3 submissions properly sealed when you received them?
Yes, they were.
And do those 3 submissions appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you examined them?
Yes, they do.
What was your understanding as to why the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office submitted the 2 casings and the 9mm Glock in this case?
The request for it was for a microscopic comparison of the cartridge cases and evidence to test from the firearm that I would produce.
What testing or examination did you complete to determine if those 2 9mm casings I showed you were in fact shot from that 9mm Luger pistol that had been submitted?
So first, in this type of case where cartridge cases have been submitted in evidence, the first thing I'll need to do is to look at the cartridge cases that are in evidence to each other first, and also assess them for what's called class characteristics. And class characteristics are those details that are determined by a manufacturer of a product before it's actually made. So in the case of ammunition, it's going to be things like the caliber, any sort of design of the cartridge case itself, the type of material, that sort of thing. So I'll be assessing the class characteristics, as I said, and an easy way to think of class characteristics is to think about cars on the road. So there are different types of and classes of cars, so SUVs, sedan, whatever, that you'll see driving out on the road. So all of these cars, all of these different classes of vehicle relate to each other because they share the same design, the same detail, and all of that was determined before the product was actually made. So the class characteristics help us to easily know which items need to be compared to each other. So when I do the class characteristic assessment of the cartridge cases, I'm looking to see if they share those same class characteristic details. Again, things like caliber, the shape of the firing pin, design on the breech face, any markings that are going to be on the primer that were imparted to the cartridge case during discharge from the firearm, and to see what items need to be compared to each other. So I did that in this case and determined in my initial screening of those cartridge cases that they had similar characteristics and would need those characteristics would indicate that they were from a similar source. Now, after doing that initial screen of the cartridge cases to each other, I would also inventory the gun as well.
And then you said that you do a first observation and examination of the cartridges against each other. Did you also do any testing between the cartridges and the firearm?
Yes. So after I worked with the cartridge cases initially to see about those class characteristics and to see if they shared any sort of similar individual characteristics as well, I started working with the firearm. And with any firearm, before we shoot any sort of live ammunition in a gun that's submitted in evidence, we'll do what's called a bench test. So that's working with the firearm in the examiner's office to see if there's any sort of missing parts or broken parts that might impede the operation or impede the safety for me, the operator, as I'm shooting this firearm. And after that's done, we'll also assess any sort of safety features that the firearm has to see if they're functioning properly and if the firearm is safe to operate. So after I determined all of that, the firearm was in good condition and suitable to fire with live ammunition, I went to our secure ammunition storage in the firearm section, and relative to the ammunition type and material that the cartridge cases in evidence were, I selected ammunition to shoot in the firearm that was submitted in the case. So then I'll shoot on our secure firearms range to collect both the cartridge cases and bullets that were test fired from the firearm. After that is done, I'll take those test fires back to my examination area and look at them under the microscope to each other to see if those test fire cartridge cases have sufficient markings to be able to examine two other items to see if they'll be suitable.
After you examined the 2 fire cases or test fire cases and the 9mm firearm that you received, what was your opinion?
So after doing all of that and examining the cartridge cases as evidence to the suitable test that I fired from the submitted pistol in this case, I was able to determine, as my opinion, that the cartridge cases were what's called an identification as having been fired in the submitted item 7 pistol.
And identification might be a term that we're not familiar with. What does that mean, that the projectile has been identified?
So that is a same source conclusion, meaning that all the class characteristics, those things I talked about before, those details were in agreement with each other, and as well as the individual characteristics, which are those pattern details that are imparted to the firearm in discharge, and those come from the use of rust or damage, and also the manufacture of the firearm that give a unique pattern to left behind in the firearm surfaces that are imparted to the ammunition. And there is sufficient agreement of those individual characteristics in addition to the agreement of the class characteristics that support the identification.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yes, sir, thank you. Just so I understand this, and so the jury understands it, you have 2 casings that are submitted to you and a firearm, right?
Yes, that was the evidence in this case.
And those casings, they have already been fired, so you just have the casing itself, right?
Yes, for the cartridge cases and evidence.
Okay. And then you take that firearm and how many test firearms did you do?
So in this particular case, if I may refer to my notes to get the right number. In this particular case, I fired 2 sets of tests, which are 4 cartridge cases, and again, 4 bullets as well.
Okay. So you then, now you have those 4 casings to compare to the 2 casings, right?
Yes.
And how are you comparing them? Is this a naked eye test, or are you using an instrument? How are you identifying the characteristics that they supposedly share?
Yes, so the principal instrument for microscopic comparison and for a firearms examiner is going to be what's called a comparison microscope, which is 2 compound light microscopes connected by an optical bridge, which allows me, the operator, to see 2 different specimens that are on the stages at the same time under the same magnification. So the view is very similar to what you would see to like a split screen on your television, where you see one item on one side and one item on the other.
Okay. So with that microscope, and how powerful is the microscope? The little things that you're looking for, how small are they? Can you see them with the naked eye, or do you need a microscope?
So again, they're going to be microscopic details, so you do need a comparison microscope to see them and compare all of the items in detail. My particular microscope goes up to 102x.
Okay. So, for instance, you're looking at a casing, let's say it's on the left side, and that's the one that was submitted to you from the police that was found at the scene. And then you take one on the right side, and that's one that you test fired. And you put them in this microscope, and they sort of, you have a line down the middle, but you can see that the characteristics all line up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, again, the view is going to be of both items at the same time, and there will be a hairline, a dividing line in the middle, which separates one view from the other view.
Okay. And are you able to photograph that so that you can see that?
Yes, I do take photos if there's an identification in the case as evidence for and justification for my opinion for the case file. That's required.
Okay. And where are those photographs?
Those are contained within the case file.
And did you bring them today?
Yes, I have those within the case file.
And are they in evidence?
I don't know what's been submitted or what's been requested as far as the case file is concerned.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, recollection.
All right, go ahead.
After you mentioned that you have photographs you've taken and that shows your depiction of the hairline split in your test fire as well as the cartridges that are provided to you, are you able to look at those now just to justify your opinion on same source identification from the firearm, from the test fires, as well as the cartridge provided to you.
So I don't make conclusions off of the photos themselves, they're just there for the justification of my initial opinion from the microscopic comparison. I can look at them now to see that what is depicted is the same detail that I observed when I did the microscopic comparison.
And if you could just do that briefly.
Yes, those are the same details that I remember observing when I did this examination.
No further questions. All right, thank you, ma'am. You are excused or free to go. Okay, yes. All right, state and may call your next witness.
Detective Barnhart. Detective Barnhart, please. It's also recording be sworn.
State your name. You sound as well from testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning, Detective. Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning, Detective Christopher Barnhart,
And by whom were you employed and for how long?
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for almost 18 years now.
What is your current assignment?
I'm a homicide detective
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
for almost 4 years now.
I'm going to direct your attention to July 23rd, 2022. Were you on duty as a homicide detective that morning?
Yes, I was.
How do you get assigned a homicide when you are on call?
Just standard shift rotation.
And how many people are on your homicide team?
There's 5 people, 4 detectives and 1 sergeant per team.
For this homicide from July 23rd, 2022, who is on your team?
Myself, Detective Kelsey, Detective Hanson, Detective Lee, and Sergeant Hopley.
Now, while on duty that morning, did you get assigned to investigate a homicide that occurred at the Mission Point apartment?
Yes, I did.
Are those apartments located in Duval County, Florida?
Yes.
So, what time did you arrive at the Mission Point apartments?
We got the call at approximately 6:30 that evening on Saturday the 23rd, and I believe I arrived on scene about a half hour after that, around 7 p.m.
Now, when you first arrived at the scene, who was the first people that you speak to?
The patrol officers on scene.
And do you remember who those officers were?
Yes, Officer Nosant specifically was one of the first officers I spoke to. She was one of the first officers on scene, and then I believe there was an officer in Montgomery and Drennan as well.
From speaking to those officers, were you able to determine at this point that the person deceased in the apartment was a Tasheka Young?
Yes.
And without going into what they told you, did they brief you as to what they saw when they first went into the apartment?
Yes, they did.
Now, who is Olivia Young?
Tasheka's mother.
Were you able to speak to Ms. Young at the scene at some point?
Yes.
Did you go through the apartment first and speak to her then, or did you speak to her first?
I walked through the apartment to observe the scene before I spoke with Olivia.
Was it your understanding that Ms. Young was in the apartment before the arriving officers?
Yes.
And so when you walked in as the lead homicide detective, when you first entered the apartment, what was some of the evidence that you saw immediately?
Well, immediately as I walked in the door, I noticed that there was damage to the front door frame, and a piece of the frame was laying on the ground as if the door had been forcibly opened, possibly kicked open. And then immediately down my line of sight was the back bedroom where Tasheka Young was laying deceased on the floor.
Now, how was Ms. Young dressed when she was on the floor?
She was wearing like a two-piece pink pajama set, almost like a lingerie type of set.
Did you or anyone on your team move anything before evidence detectives arrived?
No,
And same thing, did you move anything before the medical examiner's office arrived?
no.
Now, once the medical examiner's office arrived, what was evidence that you found near Ms. Young?
So once the medical examiner investigator arrived on scene and began to manipulate Miss Young's body underneath her left hand, it was back, kind of next to her head, there was a casing.
And besides that casing in the bedroom, did you find any other casings?
Yes.
And where was that one?
Another casing was located in the children's room amongst their toys.
So once you finished your walkthrough, do you then instruct the evidence detectives what you're looking for and what things you want processed?
Yes.
So once they arrive and they're processing the scene per your instructions, do you at some point talk to Ms. Young at that point?
Yes. When I came out of the apartment to go back downstairs in the parking lot, I did speak with Miss Olivia Young at that point.
While you were walking through the apartment, so prior to you coming outside to speak to Ms. Young, was it brought to your attention that someone by the name of Bursey Armstrong had arrived at the apartments?
Yes, at some point during speaking with Miss Young, either just before or after, pretty early on in our investigation, we were informed by patrol officers on the perimeter that Bursey Armstrong had arrived on scene.
And at some point, did you decide to detain him so you could talk to him?
Yes.
While you were at the apartment still, were you able to speak to the 911 caller?
Yes.
And who was that?
Ms. Ward?
Were you also at some point that day able to listen to the 911 call that Ms. Ward made?
Yes.
Did you or your team, while at the apartment, did you look for some surveillance cameras that might have seen something?
Yes, we did canvass the entire complex for cameras, but none of the video had been working in the complex for some time per management.
So after you have left the apartment complex that afternoon, where do you go at that point?
Back down to the sheriff's office,
And what are you going to do there?
interview Bursey Armstrong.
And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness?
Yes.
We're going to interview Mr. Bursey. Would you, Mr. Armstrong, you, Mr. Miranda?
Yes, I did.
Who do you recognize speaking?
The constitutional rights form that went over with Mr. Armstrong?
And it's dated and signed by you and him?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe the evidence states Exhibit 3B is the next order.
Okay, any objection?
And just for the record, that was Exhibit 7?
Yes, it would be. So without objection, State's Exhibit 3E is marked and received into evidence as State's Exhibit 47.
Now, when you interview, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Do you see the person in the courtroom that you did interview that day?
Yes.
And would you identify him by where he's seated in an article of clothing?
He's seated over here at this table to my right. Looks like he has a white shirt and a blue jacket and glasses.
Could you be a little more specific?
There's a black male with low haircut wearing glasses in front of that black monitor.
And so it's a black male?
Yes.
And Your Honor, the record reflects he's identified Mr. Armstrong?
The record shall so reflect.
When you interviewed the defendant, is the entire interview recorded?
Yes.
And is it recorded from the minute that you walk into the interview room? Is that recording started?
Yes, door to door as we call it.
Is there a recording before you walk into the room where he's just seated in the room by himself?
Yes.
When he's in the room by himself, even though the recording is working, no one's in there questioning him, is that right?
Correct.
Now, I showed you the Miranda form. How did you go over that form with the defendant?
I acknowledge that he could read and write. I think I had him read the top line and then I read the rest to him. And then had him sign it to acknowledge just that he understood his rights.
Now, during this first interview, did he appear to be under the influence of anything?
No.
Did he have any questions for you about the interview?
No, he was very calm and very cooperative.
And did he agree to answer all of your questions?
Yes.
Now, that first interview is pretty long, from door to door, as you said, recording.
Correct.
Do you remember about how long?
13 hours-ish, approximately.
So at least 10 hours or more.
Yes.
During the first interview, when you are talking to the defendant, did he acknowledge that the two children that were in the apartment when Olivia Young entered the apartment, that those were his children?
Yes.
Did he acknowledge to you that he knew that Miss Young, Tasheka Young, was pregnant?
Yes, he did.
And did he acknowledge that was his baby that she was pregnant with?
Yes.
Where did he tell you that he was living as far as permanently at that point in time?
That he was living and working in Connecticut and mostly stayed with his mother in Middleburg when he was in town.
And when you asked as far as why, when he would come into town, why he would stay in Middleburg and not with Tasheka Young, what was his answer to that?
That he preferred his space.
Did you ask him who, was obviously the mother of his children, but did you ask him specifically, who is Tasheka Young to you?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He referred to her as his future wife.
How did he categorize or describe their relationship to you during this first interview?
So they had kind of a rough go at a hearing, but they were fixing things and working on it.
So it'd be fair to say that he described it as a positive relationship at that point?
Yes.
Now, when he was brought into the interview room, did he have a phone?
Yes, not in the room with him, but he did have a phone on him.
When he came to the police station?
Correct.
And after informing him of his rights about you downloading that phone and looking at that phone, did he at some point agree to you downloading his phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes.
I'm showing this receipt for identification and receipt. So Detective, what do you recognize receipt?
The consent to search form for the phone.
And would you have gone over this form just like you did with the Miranda rights to make sure he understood it?
Yes.
Did he sign this and agree to have this phone downloaded?
Yes.
And I'm showing you 3D for identification. What do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be Mr. Armstrong's phone.
You know, this time I was moving to evidence 3C and 3D as the next in sequential order.
All right, any objection? Okay, without,
3C would be 48.
correct. Exhibit 3C will be marked into evidence as number 48 and
3D 49.
correct, 49.
Now, what did you ultimately wind up doing with the phone that you took from the defendant?
After he gave us consent to search the phone, Detective Kelsey actually brought it into the interview room and we looked at some things with him that we had found in the phone.
But I mean, who did you?
Detective Ostertag with our computer forensics unit took the phone to download it.
And when you say download it, what kinds of things were you looking for? What did you want the detective to look for?
I described to Mr. Armstrong, I told him we'd be looking for message history, especially between him and Miss Young, location history and things of that nature, things that could exonerate him ultimately.
Did he have any problems with you looking at that?
No, he agreed, even went as far as to start explaining that he understood how cell towers work and knew that his phone would show down in Middleburg at his mother's home the night before.
So did he seem confident to you that there was not going to be anything on that phone that would be a problem for him?
Yes.
Now, so while this phone is being downloaded by Detective Ostertag, are you still going through the interview process with the defendant?
Yes.
At some point during the interview, this first interview, are you alerted to what some of the stuff was that was downloaded?
Yes.
So after you review what has been downloaded from the defendant's phone, what are some of the things that that caught your attention that you first saw in terms of text between him and Tasheka Young the couple of days or the night before that she was actually killed?
There was messages exchanged between Miss Young and Mr. Armstrong on the phone in which there was pictures of a gun, a black Glock gun specifically, and a knife. The message referenced from Miss Young to Miss...
And let me ask you, as far as their relationship, I want to focus on their relationship.
Okay.
Did it show what he had portrayed to you initially in that interview, that it was a happy, good relationship?
No.
So, at some point, did you go back in the interview room for that first interview and confront the defendant with what you had found on the phone?
Yes.
So what did he now tell you about the relationship between him and Tasheka Young?
Initially, he made it sound a lot better than what it appeared to be in the messages on the phone, and basically said that they were trying to fix things and that he admitted the hang-up. She wanted commitment, she wanted marriage, and that the hang-up was on his end. He did admit that.
Now, up until the point where you tell the defendant that Tasheka Young is deceased, what is his attitude and demeanor during the first interview?
Very calm.
Now, at some point in that first interview, you tell him that she is deceased. How does his reaction change and for how long?
He went from very calm to, he screamed and yelled, threw his glasses, was upset for maybe a couple minutes, and then went back to calm.
Now, in that first interview, so knowing that Ms. Young was killed on a Saturday morning, when did he tell you was the last time that he had been at that apartment and seen Ms. Young?
He said it had been approximately a week since he had been there.
Did you at some point, and this would be after you had looked at his phone and you saw some of the downloads, did you ask him about the photographs, any photographs of her on his social media?
Yes.
And what did he say in terms of why there wasn't any photographs of Ms. Young on his social media?
He admitted that he had archived those photos.
And what does that mean, if you don't know what archive is?
Basically removed them from public view so that anybody viewing his profile would not see those photos.
Now, in this first interview, do you show the defendant some photographs of Ms. Young as she was found in the apartment?
Yes.
What was his reaction to those photographs?
I mean, he stayed kind of calm, I thought, in my opinion. Basically just denied, said, I didn't do this, I didn't do that.
Up to that point where you have shown him now the photographs of Ms. Young from the apartment, had he asked about his children to you at any point during the interview at this point?
No.
Throughout this first interview, and I know you said it went a long time, did he admit any involvement in the killing of Ms. Young?
No.
What did he tell you about a gun that he had owned before Ms. Young was killed?
He admitted to owning a Glock 43X, but said that it had been stolen months before this incident occurred, months before Miss Young was killed.
Were you able to, at some point during the investigation, verify that this man had actually bought a Glock 43X?
Yes, we did. We were able to prove that he had purchased a Glock 43X from shooters in Jacksonville.
And when you verified that, did it have the same serial number as, did it have a serial number on it, on the receipt?
Yes.
Did you ask him specifically in that first interview, okay, you said your gun was stolen months earlier. Have you seen your stolen gun since it was stolen up to this point?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
No.
Now, while you're in this first interview, do you at some point ask him to give you what's called a DNA or a buccal swab?
Yes.
And did he agree to do that?
Yes, he did.
Can you identify me at first?
Yes.
I'm showing the fence 3E and 3F for identification.
That's a DNA consent form.
And again, you've gone over this form with the defendant to make sure he understood it. And
Yes.
do you have any questions about it?
Yeah.
Did he sign and date that and agree to give you DNA?
Yes, he did.
And so what is street at?
Those are going to be the swabs that I took from his cheeks.
And when you take these swabs, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And there's two of them. Do you make sure that the two are kept separate and then sealed?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, this time I would move into evidence 3E and 3F as an access to come to order.
All right, and is there any objection?
Favor.
Okay, without objection, states 3E and 3F shall be marked into evidence and numbered 50 and 51 respectively.
Now, when you took these DNA swabs, what were you going to do with those swabs?
Send them to FDLE.
For a DNA analysis?
Yes.
Did you, at some point, so you've been in this interview now for hours, did you decide at some point to do a search warrant for the defendant's parents' home?
Yes.
And what did you base getting a search warrant for his parents' home on?
The messages in the phone and evidence in the phone. And
But was it the fact that he said he had lived there while he's in Jacksonville?
yes.
Did you allow the defendant to actually come to the search warrant and sit in the car outside while you guys searched his parents' home?
Yes.
When you first told this defendant that you'd gotten a search warrant for his parents' home, what was his demeanor and attitude about that?
I asked him, hey, we're going to do a search warrant at your mother's home. Is there anything at all, anything that anything we should be concerned about, anything that might concern you that you need to tell us about now that you'd like to tell us about before we find it? And he said no.
And during that search warrant of his parents' home, what evidence did you find?
In the backyard, under the deck steps, we found a black Glock 43X handgun in the dirt in a hole, as well as some bloody clothing.
And did you have the evidence technician who was assigned to that call collect those and put those into evidence?
Yes.
Now, so you completed the search warrant in Middleburg, and where do you go then?
Back to the station, instructed patrol officers to bring Mr. Armstrong back downtown so that I could reconfront him now on the new evidence that we found.
And so at that point, once all of you are gathered back down at the police memorial building, do you begin a second interview?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I may approach the defense,
Yes.
I'm showing State Exhibit 3G. And Your Honor, this interview is approximately 48 minutes long. Do you want to start it, or I just want to check your schedule?
No, I think it's 12 now, so I think what we'll do is let the jury have their lunch recess for an hour, and then we'll come back for lunch, then the state can publish 3G. Is 3G being objected to or consented to? All right, then we'll go ahead though and mark 3G into evidence as state's exhibit number 52. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 1 hour lunch recess. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads on your seats. We're going to lock them, secure them, and return them to you when we read.
Martin just touched on fire and ballistics a little bit. Just a minute ago when we were in here, right? You said you understood a little bit, but I don't really think you do. What do you understand about it?
I know that guns have certain patterns on the shells and stuff once they process.
What's their process as far as?
Like when they start really examining them.
The gun that you put in the hole in mom's backyard, what kind of gun is it?
It's a Glock.
Come from? Where did that come from? Was it one you purchased, or you hold it for a friend? Was it Nick's?
No, it wasn't Nick's. No.
It could be a 22 or it could be a 22.
I know that she caliber is a 9mm.
Why didn't you mention that earlier? Why didn't you tell us? Why is it all, have you not noticed an outburst?
No, what I'm saying is
15 hours, we've had to sit here and backtrack everything.
Because I know that I didn't do anything.
No, because what I just told you earlier.
I know that I didn't do anything to her, so.
Well, we're not talking about that, we're talking about the gun. When did you put the gun there? And where did the gun come from? That's what we're trying to figure out now.
The gun has been there for a while.
For a while? How long is a while?
But I don't use it.
You know how long it's been since we first put you in handcuffs to right now?
It's probably been 24 hours.
It's been less than 24 hours. It's been somewhere maybe 15-ish. How many smoke breaks have you gotten? How many times have we offered you food, water, gone to the bathroom, make sure you were doing okay? Somebody, why didn't you say that earlier when you were talking about reporting this story?
I mean, because I don't know what they did with it.
Who is that?
It's one of the guys who
What's their name?
It's a young guy.
What's their name?
He calls himself Scotty.
What's his real name?
I don't know.
Man, is this someone he calls himself and he calls himself Scotty bullshit? Man,
no, somebody returned it to me, but I know that I didn't use it. It came out in Middleburg and dropped it off to me. I hid it.
I would show you those pictures again, but you don't give a shit. Does nothing. It didn't do anything to you earlier.
Those pictures hurt my spirit.
How do you explain the fact that those two casings, the silver 9mm casings from around Tasheka's dead body, match the gun that's in the backyard, the gun that you put in your mom's backyard? Explain it to me.
I don't have an explanation for that, but I do know that my gun did get returned to me from a guy.
How?
In the complex.
How did it come back? Why'd you bury it in the dirt then?
I just left it back there. Anything like that, my mom doesn't like stuff like that in the house.
She's got her own guns. She likes guns.
No, but she doesn't like me to have a gun on my person though.
Do you care about your mom? You don't care about Tasheka. Do you care about your mom?
Yeah, my mom.
She hit the floor when she saw us unearth that gun. She hit the floor.
My mom isn't guilty of anything.
I know that.
Yeah,
How are you going to explain Tasheka's blood on those clothes that were hidden with that gun that's your size clothing? Explain that.
I don't have any blood on anything. I haven't been over at Mission Point. I haven't been there since last Saturday.
Okay.
So I didn't give it to anybody. I mean, I just, God gave me like $100. He wanted to hold it, and then he returned it to me.
When was that?
He returned it to me maybe.
Does he know Tasheka?
I don't think
So he has no reason to kill her. That's stupid. Stop.
I think he knows in passing, but I don't think, because I don't stay out.
I gave you a little bit of credit earlier for being an educated, smart person. I don't losing confidence in that.
Listen, I don't stay out there, and
because usually, if someone who is smart, at some point will start to recognize defeat, getting caught. Let me just separate myself from. You're not doing that.
No, but my thing is, but I know where I was. I know what I didn't do. I know that I didn't do anything to her. And
saying it 1,000 times doesn't make it true.
I know that I didn't do anything to her. I know that.
How did the gun get back to you?
The guy came and.
How did he come?
He was driving, he met me at the store, he met me next to the smoke shop across the street from the Walgreens. I rode a bicycle.
Okay.
He was in the vehicle.
What vehicle was he in?
I think he might have been something, like a Cavalier or something.
Okay.
And he brought it back to me, and.
What did you do? Did you manipulate it all? Did you drive the slide? Did you do anything to it?
No.
Did you put ammo in it? Did you shoot it?
No, I didn't shoot it.
What'd you do with it?
I just took it back.
And just threw it in the dirt?
Yeah.
Okay.
How many times did Scotty drive your mom's Volvo?
No.
Oh, then how did the same ammo from the Glock get in your mom's Volvo?
What do you mean?
What does Scotty look like?
Scotty's more of a A-Rap.
Oh, he's more of an A-Rap, so does he look like you?
A little bit. I'm African American, so.
Does this describe Scotty's physical stature? Does he look like you?
No, he's skinny.
Okay.
My son.
You just said Scotty, you didn't know he knew you.
My thing is,
he's never been around your
no,
kid.
but even when it comes down to what she had going in that apartment complex, I don't know who she dated. I've seen her talk to a guy who I was cool with, so I don't know how she moves. But at the end of the day, the weapon got back in my possession, and I know that I hid it, and that was how that went.
And then you just like went and threw a bullet in mom's car too, set mom up. I'm telling you.
No, I didn't throw a bullet.
You said mom's yard, you said there wasn't nothing there, now there's a bullet.
No, I didn't throw a bullet in the car.
I think you want me to go arrest your mom.
No.
You
I
said
didn't
throw up.
I didn't throw anything in a car. If I had.
Scotty gave you a gun, you don't know what Scotty did.
No, but if I had.
You don't know shit about Scotty, but you're gonna hide a gun for him and then throw a bullet from that
I mean,
your mom's car?
if he gave me like $100 just to rent it, I mean.
How did the bullet from the gun that Scotty gave you that you hid in the dirt in your mom's yard, how did one of those same bullets get in your mom's car? The same car that she gave you a ride in.
I'm not sure. I mean, if I had extra bullets from that gun, then that's just that. That's
When
probably.
was the last time you drove that Volvo?
I never driven it.
Never?
She picked me up in it when I left Mission Point. She picked me up in that Volvo the day when she picked me up.
Again, how did the casings that were around Tasheka's dead body, how do they match the same gun that's hidden in a hole in your mom's backyard next to your clothes? The bloody clothes that you wore to kill Tasheka.
The guy stays in the apartment complex. Well, I think he stays out there. I know he hangs out there. So, he and I, we met each other a couple of times, but he asked me if he was older. I know that I haven't committed the murder. I didn't shoot anybody. The last time that I was in that apartment complex was when my mom picked me up in that Volvo. But she picked me up but I'm not guilty of anything. I know that I didn't.
You tell them that. I'm done listening, you tell me that.
I didn't hurt my kids, and I didn't touch my kids.
You left his work for 17 hours to defend himself.
I was never there. I was never there at that scene.
Scotty did it, Nick did it.
I don't know. No, Nick was never over there.
Hold on, did your son kill Tasheka?
No.
You sure? You weren't there.
When I brought up Nick, that was just me talking about
Sure, your son didn't give you that gun, you sure it was Scotty?
That was just me talking about the presence.
How many people have
anything to do with any type of
How many
crime.
random first name people have given you guns? Because it was Nick earlier and you didn't know anything about Nick.
No, but he's a neighborhood
You didn't say anything
guy.
about Scotty, really. Where'd Scotty come from?
I mean, he hangs out at Mission Point. He hangs out there.
But you're not out there, so how do you know?
I mean, when I used to go out there and visit so much.
You know your family's legit concerned for you. Like, they legit are just like, well, no one's wrong with you.
But I'm not lying about it. I know that I didn't do anything to anybody.
You grew up in
With my
Virginia.
pistol. And even when it comes down to the guy Scotty who I let hold it for $100, I don't even think he did it. You know what I mean? But I know that he was.
Of course he didn't do it. He doesn't have a reason to.
No, but I know.
You're the only person that has a reason to.
He couldn't have done it because he gave you the gun before it happened.
No, I got the gun back. Like yesterday.
Earlier you said it's been a while. I said, how long is a while? A couple days, couple months, couple years? You said a while.
Yeah.
A while's not a day.
No, you asked me about the time between when I had seen him from when he picked it up to now.
All right. There's nothing left.
Yeah, it's the same.
I I didn't do anything, I'm not guilty of anything. And I know I'm not.
Scotty is, Nick is.
No, Nick's not guilty of anything, he just let me.
I mean, so far, you've been willing to
I mean, the thing about it,
blame on anybody.
no, I'm not putting the blame on anybody, but I know what I didn't do. I can't speak on what the next person did. I mean, because at the end of the day, I know
Why didn't you
that.
tell me you buried a gun in a hole in your
No,
back?
no, but at the end of the day, I know that you guys we're looking for the same person, the person who murdered. And I know that I didn't do that.
We're not looking. So, did you give Scotty clothes? You hid those clothes, the gun and the clothes? You got those clothes from Scotty too? Would he take some of your clothes?
No.
Okay. Then what's the deal with the clothes that are right there next to where the gun was? Why'd you put those in?
Man, he gave me all stuff.
He gave you all the stuff.
He gave me all. I didn't know what he did.
So those are just some stuff that you threw out after doing some yard work?
No.
Scotty from where?
From Mission Point.
And you drove that shit all the way back to the ravine?
I didn't drive.
21
I didn't drive it anywhere. Those clothing items, that's stuff that's just laying around.
I don't know, man. And like, I mean, there's obviously, we're not gonna make any progress, all right? I've given you
I know that
15 hours worth of opportunity to come clean, all right?
I know that I didn't murder.
And I know that you did. That's where we're at. That's where we're at.
And better than that, we can prove that you did. So you can come up with all these stories.
Even with those clothes, nothing was done with those clothes. You know? Because I just.
Scotty gave them to you.
How do you know this stuff? How do you know it was done?
No, Scotty gave me back the gun. Not
You just said Scotty gave you all the stuff just literally 2 minutes ago.
First you said that the
you guys
clothes
are
were used in gardening, and now you're saying that you can't do the
you guys
clothes.
are talking to me.
Confusing me?
At the same, no, you guys are talking to me at the same time. I've been up for 24, 26 hours straight.
63 seconds ago, you said Scotty gave you all that stuff, and then you said he only gave you the gun. Go ahead, explain. I'm not gonna talk.
Yeah, when it comes to the gun and everything, he gave me the gun back. I put the gun inside the hole.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Glock. It was a Glock that he rented from me for like $100.
What Glock was it?
It was either 22 or 43.
Where'd you get it from?
It was probably one of the same.
Not probably, where'd you get it from?
It was probably one of the same ones from over there at the apartment.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
I can't help myself. You like probably made a lot.
Where'd you get the gun from? Did you find it laying around like the BB gun?
No, I didn't find that laying around.
Then how'd you get it from the apartment?
I mean, I took the gun, I took it with me.
From where?
I stole it back.
From who?
I stole it back from her before I left.
She never stole it. You said you left it there.
When I reported it stolen, she had originally stolen it, and I took it back without her knowing that I took it back.
Then why didn't you tell us that?
I mean, that's not that important.
It's very important. You being in possession of a firearm that killed your baby mama and her unborn child doesn't seem important to you? You leaving your 2 kids for 17 hours to fend for themselves and their dead mother laying on the floor doesn't seem important to you? You burying all that stuff in your mom's backyard to try and hide it and lying about it for 15 hours doesn't seem important to you? What does seem important to you? Are you the only person that's important to you? Your well-being, not the well-being of the children that you brought into this world, not the well-being of the woman that you're supposed to care for, not the well-being of the unborn baby in her stomach?
I was never at
That's the end of it. There's nothing else you can say.
I was never at that apartment complex.
Okay, you keep saying that. Say it 10 more times. See what's gonna change.
Hold on. I was never at that apartment complex 117 times. I got that. I'm sitting here telling you you were.
I wasn't.
Okay.
I never went
That's
there.
what you're gonna stand on.
I
Take
never-
it to your grave.
I never went there. I stayed in Middleburg the whole night.
I don't know who. I'm sure at some point your mom will get beyond this maybe. Right now I can tell you she's just.
But the guy.
You've already told us this guy didn't kill him.
Yeah, I said, I don't know what anybody would do.
I think your mom.
If anybody did something with the weapon, they wouldn't tell me. Understood, but I'm not guilty.
Okay.
Not guilty. Can I get a witness?
No, I didn't. I didn't do anything to you.
All right. That's it. 15 hours and I didn't do it. That's where we're going. I gave you all the reasons why you did.
I didn't.
I just confronted you.
I didn't
Who did? Who did?
I didn't do it.
You don't know that
The
either?
only thing that I know is
Who'd you send over there to do it?
I didn't send anybody to do anything.
You didn't have anybody go kill Tasheka for you? You were very quick to say, I was there, I was there, I was there, I didn't go there.
You can look through my, you guys have my phone.
Well, you already lied about that. We looked through your phone and saw stuff you were holding earlier. We looked through your phone earlier and saw all the information that you had withheld from us the first go round of it.
Yeah, I didn't kill it. I didn't put my hands on him.
Do you know who killed Tasheka?
No, I don't.
Why the hesitation?
It could have been him.
Did you discuss having Tasheka killed with someone?
No, I didn't.
Did you want Tasheka dead? Was she aggravated? Was she threatened?
No. But I know that, I mean, she did threaten me sometimes. She did aggravate me sometimes, but it wasn't with a murder. I know that.
Did you in any way, shape, or form have anything to do with either killing, planning the killing, setting up the killing of Tasheka?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea who did it?
No.
And you have no idea why someone would?
I can name reasons, but there probably would be evidence for it.
Sir. Anything changed? They still didn't do it? Okay. Just walking back through this, I'm just gonna try and understand the story that you've given us. So, you buy a firearm sometime last year, Glock 43X, correct? 9mm Glock.
Yeah.
Okay. You got it at her apartment, right?
Yeah.
You leave it there when you go back to Connecticut and she steals it.
Yeah, she said that she couldn't find it and stuff like that.
Okay. When do you come back and steal it back from her?
I probably.
Not probably. When did you come back and steal it from her? You can give me an approximate date range.
Right before, I want to say maybe right before I left her apartment, because she left me at my.
Left her apartment when?
Like last Saturday. It was between last Friday and last Saturday.
Where did you find it at?
I found it in the closet.
Which closet?
I found it in her bedroom closet.
In her bedroom closet. Was it in a box? What condition was it?
It was like tucked on the shelf behind a lot of clothes and stuff like that.
Where was everyone else when you found it?
She had taken the kids with her. I was by myself.
Okay, was it loaded?
Yeah, it was loaded.
It was loaded with what?
It was just loaded with bullets.
Do you know what color? What kind? Hollow point? Do you know ball ammo?
I'm not sure.
What color was it? Was there one in the chamber?
I don't think so.
Okay, but it was loaded. The magazine had something in it?
It probably did have one.
It probably did, or it did, or it didn't.
I'm not sure. I didn't.
73 probably.
I didn't look at those details.
You were saying it was loaded. I'm just asking.
It was
It
loaded.
either was,
It was loaded.
The gun's in two conditions: loaded, unloaded. Which one was it?
It was loaded, but I'm not sure. When you say loaded, you mean more than the head?
I'm talking about
the clip was in it.
The clip was in it.
Yes,
Was there
it was.
bullets in the clip?
Yes, there was.
Was there one in the head?
I think so.
How do you know that there was bullets in the clip and one in the head?
I'm kind of 50-50 on whether it was one in the head or not. I'm
Okay.
not sure.
How did you know that there was bullets in the clip?
Because of the weight of it.
Because of the weight of it. So you never took the clip out and looked at it?
No.
Okay. So that was Saturday-ish, you steal it back. What do you do with it after you steal it back?
The guy, when I saw the guy and stuff like that, he saw it in my hand.
What guy?
I saw Scotty one day. He was like, "Hey man, you let me hold it one day," and I really.
This was after Saturday?
Yeah, and I was really on.
Do you know which day that was?
If that was Saturday, I probably saw. If that was Saturday, I think if I found it on Friday, and if I left Saturday, that means I spoke to him on Saturday. So I found it Friday, saw him Saturday, left Middleburg Saturday.
Left Middleburg or left?
I left Mission Point. I left Mission Point that Saturday.
So the same day that you found the gun, you loaned it to some random guy?
No, I
had
seen him around quite a bit. Everybody.
But you don't know his name. You don't know what he looks like.
I mean, I think he's Indian. Indian or Arab. He's a can't.
Okay, so let's get past that, because I don't want to get drawn up on the details that you like to go down. Friday, you find your gun that's been missing for months, that you reported stolen back in January. So for 7 months, this gun's been stolen. The day after you find it, you give it to a guy named Scotty that you've seen around the apartments.
But the thing about him is,
Did you or did you not give the gun to Scotty the day after you found it? That's a yes or no question.
yeah, I let him hold it.
Okay. Did he pay you?
Give him $100.
He gave you $100. Okay. So then, where do you go after that on Saturday?
I stayed in Middleburg.
Until you came back yesterday to the scene?
That was the first time I went back to Mission Point.
Okay. When did Scotty bring the gun back to you?
But he came back to Mission Point, I want to say yesterday afternoon around, it might have been 12:31-ish.
Yesterday afternoon around 12:31-ish.
Around the time ballpark. And he gave it back to me because I'm not driving.
That was at Mission Point?
No, that was in Middleburg.
That was in Middleburg?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
How did you run into him in Middleburg?
No, I mean, he sent me a message.
On what?
On Facebook.
So if I go to your Facebook Messenger, I'm gonna find a message saying what?
Might say, hey, I'll drop it off at such and such.
Okay, do you know what his Facebook name is?
I think it's like Scotty Beam.
Scotty Beam. So in a minute, I'm gonna go look at your phone and your Facebook messages, and there's gonna be a message from a Scotty's person saying, hey, I'm coming 45 minutes south to Middleburg to give you a gun back that you lent to me the day prior?
Yeah.
What about a key? Did you give him a key too?
No.
Well, you
I
got
wouldn't
his
give
gun
a person.
Scotty.
I wouldn't give a person.
He told you that this gun was used to kill Tasheka, so can you not help us figure out who killed Tasheka based on that?
I mean,
Do you not want to?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't ask. I didn't know what they did.
When you leave the house, how do you go out?
When I ride bicycle. I ride out the.
How do you get out of the house?
Sometimes I just walk through front door.
Through the front door? When you went to go met Scotty, did you go through the front door?
What do you mean?
When you went to go met Scotty, did you go through the front door?
When I was in Middleburg?
Yeah. Where else were you on Saturday?
I might have walked through you're talking about Mission Point.
Were you at Mission Point on Saturday?
Last Saturday was my mom picked me up.
No, yesterday when you said you got the gun back.
Oh, yesterday I left out of the,
Are you Nick and Scotty? Maybe, I think you're Jerome, Nick and Scotty.
no, I'm not. I'm just me. But
Who's me?
I'm just Jerome person. So, but I did walk out of the garage and I grabbed a bicycle and I left and rolled up there and I grabbed it and because I couldn't meet him or anything like that, so he came somewhere where I could get it from him.
Do you know who killed Tasheka?
I don't.
Did you have anything to do with the orchestrating, setting up, planning, plotting the killing of Tasheka?
No.
You didn't in any way assist, help, or aid in the killing of Tasheka, or disposing of or covering up any evidence of
No.
the killing of Tasheka?
No, and I can say backlash, not knowingly.
And even if you did know about that, but you didn't physically do it, we still have the issue of you left your kids there for 17, 18 hours, whatever.
How can I leave my kids somewhere if I'm not even there in the first place?
I told you that earlier.
How was I didn't, I can't really get that far because of the transportation issues, so.
Oh, I thought we were being honest. Are you honestly gonna tell me what happened?
The last time, the only person who gave me a ride to that side of town back to Jacksonville was Dale yesterday around 5:30 p.m. That was the first time I had gone back to that complex since the day that I left. But, if I was driving or something like that, I probably would have taken it to him, but I couldn't get anybody. I wasn't going to Uber Lyft, I couldn't get out.
Your mom didn't take you over there at any point in the past few days?
No,
Your mom never drove you there late at night?
no.
Well,
She picked me up from over there Saturday night.
She'd drive you over there, she'd give you 15, 20 minutes to go do what you needed to do inside, and then drive you back home, but she didn't sit out all night waiting on you, she didn't drop you off and leave and go back home. So now mom's a liar.
No, my mom doesn't, she doesn't really condone.
I met your mom, she's a really sweet lady. I really like her, so you're gonna start telling me she's lying. And
No, I'm saying she
I'll let
doesn't
you know.
condone foolishness, but my mom, she wouldn't do anything like that. I haven't.
Well, you're not saying your mom did. Your mom said that she dropped you off for 15, 20
Now you're
minutes out
calling your
there.
mom a liar.
I haven't been in Mission Point since last Saturday.
And you don't have any idea who would hurt this.
Last Saturday, is it yesterday Saturday?
Well, yesterday was the first day that I had gone over there since last Saturday. In the past, she would take me.
So you were over there?
No, I wasn't. I said in the past, my mom, she would take me there for like 15, 20 minutes, but.
I didn't say that.
But
You told me when I asked you the first time.
No, I'm talking about in the past.
You said she doesn't condone foolishness?
But not this week. Not this week, though. She didn't take me there this week. I stayed in Middleburg the whole entire week.
Do you think we're believing anything that you say right now?
I mean, you can look at my phone, location stuff, you can look at all that. I haven't been.
So help me find Scotty. Let's find Scotty. We gotta verify.
Because it sounds like Scotty had a gun. And he's probably the one that killed her. So how can we identify Scotty?
How am I gonna touch Scotty?
I don't think he'll do that.
He had the gun? Who else did it?
I don't think he would do that.
Well, he had the gun, so we gotta go somewhere. Just like we're going through all these motions with you, we gotta go through the motions with Scotty.
Are we gonna go back to mom again? Don't do that to me.
No.
How are we gonna find Scotty?
Well, it's my phone. I can try and see if I can bring the page up. But you would probably have to set out at Mission Point.
What apartment does it say?
I don't think he stayed out there. I think he probably just,
You said he stayed out there, so now he doesn't stay out there?
No, I said I didn't know if he stayed out there or not, but he's kind of well known out there. A lot of people, he just kind of.
So if I go around and ask around about Scotty, everyone's gonna know who Scotty is?
9 times out of 10.
Someone's gonna know who Scotty
9
is.
times out of 10.
And when I asked Scotty about that gun, he's gonna say that he gave you $100 to hold it on Friday and then turned around and came all the way over to give it to you on Saturday?
He may or may not.
And what if he doesn't? Who's lying?
I think that he would be the one who's lying because I'm mentioning that.
So when we find Scotty and we take Scotty's DNA and we compare it to the DNA on the gun, is Scotty's DNA gonna be on the gun?
9 times out of 10.
Is your DNA? Well, no, it's not 9 times out of 10. That's 100%. That's a yes or a no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
The murder weapon, the gun used to kill Tasheka, is buried in a hole in your mom's backyard, only feet away from where you sit and smoke and congregate all the time, in your room right there, like literally right there. You're the closest one actually in that house to where that gun was found, in those clothes. Your bedroom where you sit and hang out all the time is actually the closest out of anybody else's bedroom or anything else in that house to where the gun was found.
Yeah. I mean, I dropped the stuff in the hole.
For Scott.
Not really for him, just.
How do you think this looks, man? And then that gun and your bloody clothes were found buried under your room? Do you think that's do you see how all this is lining up? Do you see how all that's lining up?
I don't have.
What are we supposed to believe? It's amazing that you're trying to talk your way out of this.
No, I'm serious. I didn't shoot her.
Who did?
I never went back to that apartment.
But Scotty didn't shoot her, right?
I mean, my thing is.
Did Scotty shoot her, yes or no?
I don't want to blame people for anything.
You're going back and forth. When we're trying to identify Scotty, you said I wasn't Scotty.
I'm not the only person with a Glock 43. I'm not the only person.
You're the only one with a Glock 43 under your stairs and your DNA on it, because the same Glock 43 that shot your baby mama twice and killed her.
You didn't even have a Glock 43X earlier. It was gone. You didn't know what happened to it.
And
Now you
I
know
have
you all on your
a
parents'
Glock
backside.
22 and a Glock 43.
But you didn't have a Glock 43X.
So the Glock 22 was stolen. Have you miraculously stolen that one back too?
No.
No, so that one's still out there until we find it, right? And then
I can, right now, that is 100% bold-faced lie you told earlier. You said you did not know what happened with the Glock 43X, and you reported it stolen. However, it's in a hole in mom's backyard.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say,
100% lie.
I wasn't gonna say anything about her taking the gun and me finding it and stuff like that.
Why not?
I mean, I told you guys.
You're facing murder charges, and you think that that's a detail you should probably just skip over?
I mean, I told you that it came up missing because of her, but I found it. I don't even think that she knew that I found it. I don't even think that she knew that I found it in the closet. She probably knows it. That gun has never been anywhere with me. I live in Connecticut, so I had no point. It's no point.
You bought it.
Yeah, but once it was
Then
stolen.
what do you mean it hasn't been?
Once it was stolen, once I reported it stolen, it
But then you stole it back.
It kind of months later. It wasn't any good to me.
Why wasn't it any good to you? Because you had shot your baby mama with it?
No, I didn't shoot her with anything, but it wasn't any good to me because I couldn't take that on the airport, and then I had already reported it stolen, and with it being in her possession, I didn't know exactly what she might have done with it. I don't know what she did with it between the time that I found it and between the time it was stolen. I don't know if she let somebody hold it. I don't know
What
if
does
she
it
took
mean that
somebody.
matter?
I mean, it matters if you're trying to take a gun on a plane, and I don't live
What are
in
you
Jacksonville.
even talking about right now?
The gun has never made its way up north.
Okay, so we never said it did. We don't care if it did.
I'm just being honest.
You haven't been honest this whole time.
That
I
gun,
believe you. You probably didn't take that gun anymore. There you go.
no, that gun's been in Jacksonville the whole time.
Okay. What's your point?
And I know I didn't feel it.
Okay. So,
I feel that.
okay.
Hold on. Jerome did not kill her. Take that up and close it out. We're done. Even though the ballistics says you did, even though the clothing at your mom's house that you buried and hid in the ground and all that good stuff, you know, even though Scotty doesn't exist, niggas bullshit. You lied about a gun being stolen.
Scotty stays in the mission corner.
Your own
And
family, your own family,
didn't have anything to do with
your
it.
own family. I don't know. We don't know. We've tried. We've all tried.
But all I know is that the last time I was in mission corner was the day that I left, which was that last Saturday. And the first time that I had popped up out there since then was yesterday. So I know for a fact, I know when I go inside
telling the truth. You were there yesterday. You were there yesterday at 1:30 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. I think you came back at about 6 o'clock in the evening.
How was I gonna get there? I don't drive.
Your mom said she dropped you off for Block 1520?
There's a
My mom did not take me to Mission Point Friday or Saturday.
bullet in that ball.
Who did?
You drove the ball though, and you left the bullet.
No, I never
Oops.
drove. No, I didn't drive.
Shit.
No, I didn't drive that ball.
How did your bullet get in
That bullet.
Mom, took that
It
gun.
might, no,
Did
I
she
think,
put it in the
no,
hole?
that bullet. I think that bullet was in an apartment. I think I might put it in my pocket or something like that, like a loose bullet.
I'll call your mom and tell you you've been trying to implicate her this whole time.
No, like seriously. I don't know how many bullets were in the gun, but if it was a loose bullet, 9 times out of 10, I probably just had it in my pocket.
Why did you have a loose bullet in your pocket?
Because I wouldn't leave something like that in an apartment.
Why?
I've gotten
Because
another
of my
one.
kids.
If you
Oh,
say
you care about your kids now?
I always care about my kids.
You didn't ask about them until like 10 hours into this investigation.
I didn't even know what happened in those apartments until you guys gave me the information. I know that I didn't go back to that apartment complex. I went there yesterday in concern. I called her all day. I texted her all day. I contacted my mom. I know that I wasn't there. I never went there.
How long can we go? I think I got another 12 hours. I mean, let's just sit here and do this for 12 hours. You good?
Yeah.
Okay, do it. Tell me about,
Can we,
tell me
before you guys ask me?
hold on, give me another 9 times out of 10 story. I like this.
I don't have any 9 times out of 10. I think that a better term would be,
Probably
to just say what it is. 9 times out of 10 is always like a high probability. That's why I said that, like 90%. I didn't touch her.
Maybe.
No, you didn't touch her. You touched the gun. You pulled the trigger. And then the bullet touched her. So I agree. You're probably right. 9 times out of 10, I think you're right. You didn't touch her.
I didn't.
You shot her.
All seriousness, I was like, this is a serious situation. Your child's mother lost her life, man. She's laying there, I'll show you these pictures, okay? It's a horrible, gruesome scene. They were there, I don't know, they had to live in that, experience it, okay, for 17, 18 hours, whatever it was, okay?
You guys didn't give me
That's there,
you guys didn't give me the details.
the gun that killed her was found at your mom's house, buried in a hole. You admitted to burying it there in that hole.
Yeah, once it was returned to me.
The same
but
ammo casings type are in your mom's car. They were in that gun. They're at the scene.
But once
Tasheka was killed.
the gun was returned to me, I still didn't.
Explain the bullet in your mom's car then. The same one with the same casing. Did Scotty get in your mom's car?
No.
Did you blow Scotty your mom's car too?
No.
Okay.
The bullet was something that I just picked up. Me, if I was trying to really do something, I just would have took the bullet and put it inside of the gun, but I didn't have a gun.
Did you kill her, yes or no? Just straight up.
No.
Not 9 times out of 10,
No.
not a maybe, not a probably. Tell me right now that you did not kill her.
No.
Tell me right now that you did not
I
kill her.
did not kill her.
You do not know anything about who killed her?
No.
Okay, cool. Jerome, you're being charged with murder.
You clearly got it. I know I did.
We'll be in later to arrest you on it.
Can I get a cigarette for a moment?
That takes a little.
where, for example, it looks like you go out the door with your partner, and then you immediately turn around and come back in. Was there a period between where you leave and then you come back in? Was that some of that dead time where he's just in there by himself?
Yes.
Who was the person that's in the room besides yourself?
Detective Kelsey?
And he was on your team?
Yes.
Now, at the very end where he tries to come out, where he's put the chair on the table, in your years of being with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and interviewing people, have you ever had that happen to you before?
It's rare, but it does happen occasionally.
Did those ceiling tiles, where they've gone anywhere, have you been able to get up in there?
No.
And at the end, when other people come into the room, so you said Detective Kelsey was with you during the interview. Who are the other men that come in at the end?
Sergeant Hoakley, Detective Hanson, Detective Lee, all my team members.
At that point, so after the second interview is over, do you still continue your investigation and look for different leads?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach, there is a stipulation for the remaining evidence.
All right.
We'll just go ahead and admit it now by stipulation, since he'll be referring to some of it. Judge, the first one that we are going to enter by stipulation is 2H, which is the swap from the flight. So I believe that would be 53.
So to these items then, with the defense, there's no objection?
That's correct.
Okay, then yes, 2H will be marked into evidence as states 53.
And then 2I, which is the swap from the magazine of the Glock, and I believe that will be 54.
Okay. 2I will be marked into evidence as states exhibit 54.
2L are the sweatpants, and I believe those will be 55.
Those will be marked as states exhibit 55.
And then 2M is the sweatshirt, and I believe that will be 56.
2M will be marked into evidence as exhibit number 56.
And then 2N is the surveillance video from the Louise community, Data community, that's 57.
Okay, 2N shall be marked into evidence as exhibit 57.
2O is some past documents that have a business record certification, and that would be 58.
2O will be marked into evidence as states exhibit 58.
And then 2P is the victim's phone, that was collected on 59.
Okay, 2P will be marked into evidence as states exhibit 59.
And then 3H is a map of State Road 23, and that will be 60.
Okay, 3H will be marked into evidence as exhibit number 50.
We're going to say one more for the last, another witness too.
Okay. All right, so these are exhibits 53 through 60 being marked into evidence at this time without objection.
Were there the firearm and the 2 casings that were collected as part of the investigation? What did you do with those once they were submitted to the property then?
I have them submitted to FDLE for testing.
For ballistics testing?
Yes.
And what about the sweatpants and the hoodie that was collected from the defendant's parents' backyard? What did you do with those once they were collected?
I submitted those to FDLE also for DNA testing.
Did you, at some point in your investigation, did you decide to do a subpoena to get SunPass documents?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what is the SunPass documents? Like what were you thinking you would maybe get from SunPass?
The route from the Ravines neighborhood in Middleburg, where Mr. Armstrong's family lived, where he resided with them, up to the victim's apartment, included several toll stations. We knew that. I knew that from living in the area and then just looking at Google Maps and plotting the route that he may have used to go drive back and forth. We surmised that he must have there's a good likelihood that he had traveled through those toll locations during that evening that he traveled back and forth from the apartment.
And, Your Honor, let me approach.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's now in evidence is 58. What do you recommend that to be?
The records from the Florida Department of Transportation.
And when you got those records, whose records did you get in response to the subpoena?
It was the records for Mr. Armstrong's stepdad and mother for their vehicle information.
And what was his name, the stepdad?
Abdul Al-Halim.
And can you look on there, what was the specific tag or the specific vehicle that you got a response for these times?
It was a Toyota truck, and then it was on the tag right here.
I don't know if the tag is on there.
Okay.
But it was,
I recall the tag was KMB L23 on the dash truck, stepdad's truck.
and on these documents, does it show you, for State Road 23, does it show you the times that truck would have started on State Road 23 and then turned back to State Road 23?
Yes.
I want to show you what is now State 60. my request, and I know you said you were familiar with the road, but did you recently drive the route that would maybe perhaps take you from the ravines up to Mission Point?
Yes, I did at 1 a.m. this morning.
Now, on this map, can you take your finger right now and draw, like, where does State Road 23 begin on this map when it's close to Blanding Boulevard?
So State Road 23 on this map is the dotted green line that runs between I-10 at the top all the way down to Blanding Boulevard, which is State Road 21 at the very bottom.
So this morning when you drove this route, where did you start?
I started at the entrance of Mission Point Apartments on 12450 Biscayne Boulevard.
And then came down?
Yes.
How many miles was that if you go from Mission Point to the ravines?
40.6 miles.
And on this map, it shows different plazas, New World Avenue, Normandy, Argyle. Were all of those toll plazas on the Sun Pass records that you received?
Yes, they were.
And did those Sun Pass records show that the truck that belonged to this defendant's stepdad on July 23rd of 2022 where it showed that plate of his stepdad, which was the first toll road?
The first toll road from him leaving the neighborhood, I believe, would have been...
The Trail Ridge, does that sound right?
Going north.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I do recall in the ravines video, in the security video, it was like 12:27 when we believe what we saw was the stepdad's truck exiting the neighborhood. And then those times that the tolls hit going north all match up after that.
And that was consistent with your drive?
Yes.
You did? And when you did your drive today, I'm assuming, did you go to speed limit?
Yes.
So on the speed limit, approximately how long did it take you at 1:30 this morning to go from Mission Point, I know you did it reverse Mission Point and then down to Ravines?
41 minutes.
And you were doing the speed limit?
Yes.
And when you got the Sun Pass records showing you that a truck belonging to this defendant's stepdad had gone through the tolls at certain times, then did you next try and see if there was security at the ravines?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you that. And you recorded those videos of the ravines?
Yes.
And so this first one, is that the exit gate that we're looking at here?
Yes.
And what do you see as this one by right there? Is that a black truck?
Yes.
Now, when you did the search warrant at his parents' home, was there a black truck in the driveway?
Yes, there was.
Did it look like the black truck that was on the video?
Yes.
And I'll show you the second video, the one coming back through the gate. And obviously, you can't see the tags from this video, but does that truck right there look like the truck that you saw in this defendant's parents' driveway when you did that search warrant?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you at some point in the investigation, were you given a phone that was going off by 295?
Yes.
And you want to come in first?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what's in the evidence is 59. Who do you recognize as 50?
That was Miss Tasheka Young's cell phone.
Who gave you this phone?
So, an officer had responded to a call on 295 between Lynn Turner and Dunn Avenue, approximately where a construction worker found that cell phone on the side of the interstate.
Now, when you're coming from Mission Point and you're driving 295 towards I-10, is the way you said you started your journey this morning, how far is Dunn Avenue from Mission Point?
It was approximately 4.2 miles or 4 minutes.
And when you are driving on I-295 and you're coming up on Mission Point, how close to 295 is Mission Point? Is it just right off of it?
No, so Mission Point is actually off Biscayne Boulevard, so you have to go north on Biscayne, make a left on Duval Road, and then maybe a quarter mile
And you're correct, I said right off of it,
Right.
and I should have said close. I
Close,
scared you.
within a few minutes of the interstate, yes.
Detective, did you go to Bursey Armstrong that day, that first interview, before it even started, did you just go to him and say, okay, he is the boyfriend, he's the parent of that unborn child, he's my suspect? Did you just go to him and stop?
No.
So, how did the evidence lead you to believe this is the person that killed Tasheka Young?
There wasn't evidence that led to anyone else.
And what was the main evidence that made you focus on this defendant?
Well, the cell phone and then the firearm were big pieces.
And what about the clothes?
Yeah, the clothing was very big.
And just the whole fact that it's in his parents' yard?
Yes.
What about the inconsistencies in this interview?
Again, yeah, when he mentioned Scotty, we never found any evidence of any conversations or any contact stored with the name Scotty, no Facebook messages. There was no record of Scotty ever existing.
And once you got into and downloaded everything on the phone, was what you were seeing in his phone inconsistent with what he had been telling you from the beginning, that everything was great and they were going to get married and have a great life?
Yes, very inconsistent.
And what did it show you as the detective?
The evidence in the phone showed what the family had described to us, a very tumultuous, volatile history between the two of them.
No, I have no further questions.
All right, cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge. When you were at the house doing the search warrant, and then back at the sheriff's office doing the interview, did you ever take custody of any of the shoes?
I believe we did from inside the house, yes.
Okay, was there any blood spatter or anything like that found on the shoes?
Not that I recall.
And when was after that interview, when was the next time you went out to Mission Point?
After the interview from the search warrant?
Yes.
The next time I went to Mission Point after that?
Yes.
I don't recall. We were back and forth over the next few days after the arrest.
Okay. Did you ever canvass the neighborhood out there to ask for people if they had seen it?
I had spoken with management in reference to the cameras and actually asked them about a guy named Scotty and described him the way Mr. Armstrong had described him. They weren't familiar.
Okay. Did you ask anybody else out there?
No, I didn't go around knocking on doors.
Well, I wouldn't say that you should go knock on every door in an apartment complex, but what about very close to where 304 and 312 are?
I didn't.
Didn't do that, right? And it took 41 minutes for you to make that drive, right?
Yes.
And there was no evidence at all of all that was used in this, right?
After seeing the video, no, but there was a live round found in the ball litter and search warrant.
Right, but I mean, you didn't see it leave or come back anytime?
No.
And the truck got back at, according to that video, 2:10 a.m., right?
Correct.
All right, that's all I think.
I have no further questions. May I retrieve the video for the clerk?
Yes, and may this witness be excused.
You may, Your Honor.
All right, excused or free to go.
Thank you.
All right, do you have a shortish witness that can be called next?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and call your witness.
Being called Lawrence Jones.
Lawrence Jones, please. Is that Mr. Jones, or is anyone getting Mr. Jones? Yes, please. Okay. microphone? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon.
And did you just come from work?
Yes.
I want to ask you, back in July of 2022, who were you employed by?
I was employed by traffic control devices.
And
Can
was
you sit a
that,
little, I'm sorry, can you sit a little closer to the microphone? Everyone needs to hear you. Thank you, sir.
I was employed by traffic control devices.
and was that with the Florida Department of Transportation?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you employed by the Florida Department of Transportation or the title you just gave?
Saturday?
How long were you employed by them?
Oh, at least like a year and a half. Yes, ma'am.
Year and a half. What was your assigned role?
I was a traffic signal technician.
Traffic signal technician?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to July 26, 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your verbal response. Do you recall what you were doing that day for work?
We were on the side of the road, side of 295, hitting DMSs, the area DMS boards, the digital message boards on the side of 295. We were cutting some area around on that day. Like cutting the grass around the area, around the pool boxes on the ground.
Do you recall what exit you were near on 295?
It was about Dunn's. It was in between Dunn's and Trotter.
At some point while you were working, did you see a phone on the side of the road on the ground?
Yes, ma'am, yeah.
Did you believe that was actually your phone at the time?
Someone at the time I did, yes ma'am, because when I got out of the truck, was parked on the side of the road, I got out of the truck, and as soon as I got out of the truck, the phone was right over there. So, yes.
Did you pick it up?
Yes ma'am, I did.
Once you picked it up and realized it wasn't your phone, were you able to determine the owner of the phone?
Yes ma'am, I was. When I got on the phone, I seen the phone, it had like two pictures of kids on the phone, so I went into the emergency contact on the phone, and it was his number. So I called the number, talked to this guy, and that was it. I talked to him, so I talked to him. He said who phone it was, then I kept the phone in my possession, and then later on that evening I went home, and I called the police. The police came to my house, got the phone, and that was it.
And so the person that you contacted on the phone, they told you that the phone belonged to Tasheka Young?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is the reason you called the police? Did you find out why that might have been important?
Yeah, because at the time it was a big thing about on the radio about what was going on and stuff like that. And once I saw the name, automatically I'm like, damn. So I just called the police. At first I called my mom, asked my mom what should I do. You feel me? Did I want to get involved in that? So what I'm saying? She said yes, because at the end of the day, right is right, wrong is wrong. So I called the police. They came to me and got the phone, and that was it.
And you said that the police did collect the phone from you?
Yes, ma'am. It was a couple hours that same day, though.
And did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, that's it.
No further questions?
All right, thank you. Is there any calls? All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. You're excused and free to go, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and give you an afternoon recess or a comfort break in the jury room. You may use the facilities. I'd ask that you leave your notepads on your seats. We will return them to you when we reconvene. And just a reminder that you're not to talk about this case among your
Enforcement Training Center. All of these are in mobile device and computer forensic investigations. I also hold a certification from the Cellbrite Corporation, which is our vendor for cell phone examinations.
What are the different ways you can extract data from an electronic device, in this case a mobile device?
Typically for a mobile device, we connect the device to a forensic computer and use software on that computer to communicate with the phone and extract the data from the device itself.
When you do this process, does it in any way change the data on the phone?
It does not.
Once a phone is downloaded, do you look through it to determine any evidentiary value of the data?
Normally, we look through the data and we get a very basic idea of what's on the phone in this case, and just very top-level analysis at that point.
I want to turn your attention to July 23rd and the days after 2022. Did you receive a call from a detective regarding a phone in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a cell phone?
I did receive a cell phone.
And were you informed of who that cell phone might have belonged to?
I was informed that it belonged to the defendant.
And did you receive any sort of documentation as well?
With the phone, I received a request for analysis as well as a written consent to search for the cell phone.
When you receive the phone, what's the first thing you do?
The first thing I do is document the phone, the condition that it's in, anything that might be attached to it, like a wireless charger or additional storage, just to document how the phone was received by the sheriff's office.
After documenting the condition of the phone as well as the state that it is currently in, what comes with it, what do you do then?
At that point, that's when I begin the examination of the phone. I connect the phone to the forensic machine and then begin the extraction of the data on the phone.
Were you asked to perform any additional searches in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe what you were able to access within a phone download?
Within the phone download, it contains everything that the user can see. That might be pictures, text messages, call logs, that sort of thing. But it also contains back-end data that the user cannot normally see in the form of logs and databases and application data.
Now you mentioned that normally you do kind of a preliminary dive into the phone and then provide that on to further to other detectives. Is that what you did at first in this case?
Yes, it is.
What activity did you review at that time, if any?
In the beginnings of the investigation, I had just reviewed call logs, text messages, and basically the last few things that were going on in the phone. I look at the timeline view and check out the last few hours of what happened on that phone.
At a later time, did you further review the contents of the phone download?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to access text messages between the owner of this phone and the phone number 904-609-1886 in July of 2022?
Yes, I did.
Can I have permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
This has previously been stipulated to.
All right, no objection to this exhibit,
That's right.
and that states 3I.
Yes, Your Honor, composite.
Okay, and without objection, states 3I will be marked into evidence as states exhibit, I believe, 61. Yes.
Detective, are these messages, and they're, of course, in a printed format, some of the messages that you were able to see during the phone download and extraction?
Yes, they are.
You have permission to publish?
Yes. Are these going to be appearing on monitors or by the detective reading them?
They're going to appear by the monitors, Your Honor, and then I will read the relevant portions onto the record.
All right.
And Detective, can you see on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same as the message you currently have in front of you as well?
Yes, it is.
And Detective, this is the message that you pulled from that phone?
Yes, it is.
And the contents are message 1 at 5:47 p.m. about on July 14th, 2022, about to see our nugget at 5:47 as well from that same number, 904-609-1886. Getting blood work and glucose tests done as well. At 6:10 p.m. from that same number, there appears to be a video of a sonogram. And then at 6:10 p.m., there appears to be a picture of a sonogram.
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing here, Detective, another set of messages you pulled?
Yes.
From July 14th, 2022. I'm measuring 9 weeks, 3 days, but according to my period, 8 weeks, 6 days, sent at 2:10 p.m. from that same number, 904-609-1886. A message from the phone identified as Bursey J. Armstrong. It appears to be a heart emoji, sent at 2:39 p.m.
Yes.
And then a response message from that same number of I cried at 2:58 p.m.
Yes.
It appears that the messages continue on that same date, that the person, the 904-609-1886 at 2:58 p.m., like so bad. The next message at 2:58, I'm happy and sad with a sad emoji. I just want us better, wish you were here.
Yes.
From Bursey J. Armstrong at 3:01, cried about what and wish I was where, period. From the responder, seeing our baby at 3:12 p.m. At 3:12 p.m., hopefully time apart will bring us closer, whatever God has for us.
Yes.
A response message at 3:32 on that same date, we'll see what happens. A response from 904-609-1886, what do you want to happen, question mark, at 4:39 p.m. A follow-up message at the same minute, 4:39 p.m. I go back on 8/11, have blood drawn to check for Down syndrome and to check for gender. I'll know gender 2 weeks after that.
Yes.
A follow-up message from that same number at 5:26 p.m. Can I ask you a question, question mark? A message in response from Bursey J. Armstrong, sure, at 5:34 p.m. At 5:35 p.m. a response, how would it make you feel if you never saw me again, question mark.
Yes.
On that same date at 5:54 p.m., never mind, that was my answer, no answer. A response message from Bursey J. Armstrong, see you in what way, at 6:11 p.m. And a response again from Bursey J. Armstrong at 6:16 p.m., presence for eye to eye.
Yes.
And Detective, I'm skipping forward a little bit to the next day on July 15th, 2022.
Okay.
And is this another set of messages that you pulled on that date?
Yes, they are.
From 904-609-1886.
Yes.
You're grown, let your family control you and miss out on your kids. My family don't control me, I do what I want with my kids, period, at 4:46 p.m. From that same number, okay victim, I don't care anymore. When you're ready to be a dad, I don't know if you will be here. I'm not relying on your help anymore, and no, I'm not filing what says CS, like your mother suggested I do. I'll let God handle this, and whatever happens next, I'm a good woman, period, at 4:48 p.m.
Yes.
From Bursey J. Armstrong at 5:07 p.m., I'm not a victim, goodbye. At 5:09 p.m., I'm not a victim, I'm victorious, I'm blocking you now.
Yes.
Then on the next day, July 16th, 2022, from that 904-609-1886 number, question mark, at 7:09 p.m. At 7:09 p.m., can you stop being upset with me, question mark. At 7:10 p.m., I'm really depressed.
Yes.
From Bursey J. Armstrong on that same day, 7:25 p.m., don't you meet out with other men, period. From that same number, 904-609-1886, no, exclamation point, why do you think that, question mark. If that was the case, I wouldn't be crying and depressed. You really don't know me. I'm not one of these other women you've dealt with. 7:28 p.m., I just want for you to fight, the word is G-O-T, me for once.
Yes.
At 7:46 p.m. There looks to be a correction from that same number at 7:46, 4 with an asterisk. Follow-up message at 8:53 p.m. GN, we love you, period.
Yes.
The next day, from Bursey Armstrong on July 17th, I'm straight, period.
Yes.
A continuing message from him at 8:21 p.m. Let me know about the kids before I leave town. I would like to see them, ... That was all. At 8:27 p.m., I'm glad that you have a sex partner, Tasheka, ... You've been frustrated, ... Now let's keep it about the kids. A reply at 904-609-1886 of I don't, I'm straight. At 8:28 p.m., another message from that number at 8:29 p.m. Let's keep it about the kids, superhero, with a smiley face. I have nothing to say to you. with a response at 8:32 p.m. from Bursey J. Armstrong with a kissing face emoji.
Yes.
On that same day, 8:32 p.m. from Bursey J. Armstrong, arrange it with J, period. A message from that same number that this chat has been with. I'm not communicating with your family. That shit is dead. Goodbye. At 8:33 p.m. At 8:33 p.m., a message from that same number. I'm straight.
Yes.
It appears at 8:37 p.m. that there's a link to Apple Music with an album, Dead to Me, from that same number.
Yes.
At 8:37 p.m., a response from Bursey J. Armstrong. You've been a dead woman. You'll never be alive.
Yes.
And I'm moving forward a little bit more to July 18th at 8:42 p.m. from that same number in this chat. You can't hurt me anymore. Another message at 8:42, because you never loved me and I realize that now. A following message at the same minute. Goodbye, Bursey Jr.
Yes.
A message from that same number that ends in 1886 at 10:18 p.m. You move as though you never loved me at all. You're supposed to protect me, not hurt me. I have our third child growing inside of me and you treat me like crap. You put everything on social media, comma, I will start to do the same. Looks like our family's over, period. Goodbye. At 10:18 p.m. It looks like that is on the 19th of July.
Yes.
A response message at 10:25 p.m. from Bursey J. Armstrong. I have my family, period, thank you, period. Just got off the phone with Jared.
Yes.
On July 20th, 2022, from Bursey J. Armstrong. You can meet whoever you need to meet with at the splash pads, smiley face, at 6 p.m. I sent another message from Mr. Armstrong. You were the wrong woman to try to have a family with. I should have never given you an engagement ring. Go meet at the splash pad now, period, at 6:06 p.m. And a laughing emoji as a following message.
Yes.
On that same date, on the 20th, at 6:06 p.m., I'm just sitting back and watching. Also from Mr. Armstrong at 6:11 p.m., keep playing in my face and watch what happens, with a kissing emoji. A response from that same number that ends in 1886 at 6:12 p.m. Thanks for being honest now.
Yes.
A response from Mr. Armstrong at 6:12 p.m. Goodbye. Another message, erased, with a picture that appears to be himself as well as him.
Yes.
At 6:18 p.m.
Correct.
At 6:21 p.m., a message from Mr. Armstrong. I don't need it, splash pads, ... That's your peasant friend, ... Go join him, period. At 6:21 p.m., with a smiley face sent at 6:25 p.m., with a response the next day on the 21st of July. You really know how to hurt me. I don't think I'll ever be the same after this. Sent at 11:45 a.m. A response from Bursey J. Armstrong. IDK, what you're talking about, ... You have a man to talk to, ... Deal with him. Sent at 12:39 p.m. A response from that same number ending in 1886. You don't talk to anyone. I don't talk to anyone, period. You are really delusional. Sent at 12:51 p.m.
Yes.
Another message at 12:51 p.m. I'm pregnant, dumbass, period, by capital Y, capital O, capital U, period. A message from that same number at 12:52. Today, 4 years ago, was when we found out I was pregnant for the first time. You suck, period. You want me to be miserable. Dating is the last thing on my mind. And you should know sex doesn't move me. I don't need that shit either. A following message, I think you keep putting that on me because you talk to other women and have been for a while. God will deal with you. I don't even care anymore, honestly. I'm mentally checking out. Sent at 5:45 p.m. A response from Mr. Armstrong, you try to hurt me, ... Sent at 6:35 p.m. Our response at 6:37 p.m. I don't, and I'm sorry you feel that way. I just want to feel safe around you. You are supposed to protect me and the kids always.
Yes.
Another message at 3:37 p.m. on the 21st from Mr. Armstrong. Women have sex, etc. during pregnancies all the time, ... How are you different? A response at 3:46 p.m. Never have I ever had any sex with no other person than you since being with you. I didn't have a lot of bodies when you met me. You have me confused. And most importantly, I'm not endangering my unborn life with random dicks. I'm good. Sent at 3:46 p.m.
Yes. Yes.
Our response from Mr. Armstrong at 3:48 p.m. Nice to know. A following message. People, or PPL, wear condoms too, and all condoms don't make you break out. ... But send me photos of the kids. A response from the same number that ends in 1886. I'm not having sex, ! I don't care about sex. You probably are though. The way you blocked me on everything says enough.
Yes.
This message on the 22nd of July at 9:46 a.m. from Mr. Armstrong. You don't even like me. A response from that same number that ends in 1886. In all capitals, I love your aggravating ass. Sent at 9:54 a.m. A response, a follow-up from that same number. You know how many N-words want a chance, but I'm like, nah. LMAO with several O's. You have haters, okay? Like real deal hurt. I'm having another baby. Laughing emoji.
Yes.
Sent later on that same day on the 22nd of July, 2022, from Mr. Armstrong. Some people position themselves in certain places, and Jacksonville wasn't it for me. When I left, I left. Sent at 8:42 p.m. A reply from the number that ends in 1886. I didn't move because you never committed. I guess that's why we broke up, and you have singled up everywhere and have me blocked, period. You don't have to block me to move on. At 9:02 p.m.
Yes.
A reply from Mr. Armstrong. You know what you did, ... and I still feel away, ... I have what I need for my doctor, and I have to go to Connecticut and Memphis, period. I'm late. At 9:13 p.m. A response from the number ending in 1886. I still feel away from what you did to me as well. Sent at 9:15 p.m. A reply from Mr. Armstrong. When you treated me how you treated me, it made me look at you differently. I'm in Jacksonville visiting, and you disturbed my peace when I just wanted to love you and the kids. It changed how I viewed things because I sacrificed so much, and you didn't appreciate me. Sent at 9:16 p.m. Mr. Armstrong. A follow-up message. My doctor should have it to me tomorrow at 9:19 p.m.
Yes.
Another message from Mr. Armstrong at 9:23 p.m. You wouldn't change for me. A reply from the number ending in 1886 where she disliked a previous message. Sent at 9:25 p.m.
Yes.
Another dislike sent at 9:25 p.m. for a prior message. And then a message reply at from 1886. You have pride issues. Sent at 9:25 p.m.
Yes.
Another message from that number. Maybe when you leave, you'll see your family is important. I can't be worrying about me and you right now, period. I'm growing a whole human inside of me, and I'm here. At 9:26 p.m. From Mr. Armstrong. If you loved me like you said you did, you would have changed for me. You would have just left. At 9:26 p.m. Another message from Mr. Armstrong. I did that last time, ... I have to feed the family. If the family was important to you, you would have moved, ... You see what I'm saying, ... You didn't want to change for me, period. Good night. Sent at 9:27 p.m.
Yes.
Sent from that same number on the same date at 9:29 p.m. ending in 1886. Left my dying dad, ? No, in all caps. From the same number. If I meant anything to you, you would have married me and not embarrassed me, period. Now you got single up everywhere, hoes liking posts, not knowing you got a whole nother baby on the damn way. Sent at 9:30 p.m.
Yes.
From that same number. You don't care about me, you show me every day, period. I won't text or reach out anymore. Send at 11:04 p.m. from that number. From Mr. Armstrong at 11:04, don't get mad, ... IDK what you're talking about. With no response from the other number. At 11:06 p.m. from Mr. Armstrong, what's the problem? With no response from the other number.
Yes.
At 11:13 p.m., LOL goodbye from Mr. Armstrong with a response at 11:19 p.m. from the number ending in 1886. I'm happy you think this is funny and that I'm joking, period, goodbye, period. From Mr. Armstrong, you need to work for me, period, goodbye. Send at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
At 11:20 p.m. from Mr. Armstrong, you're a stalker. Sent from the number ending in 1886. I'm a stalker, question mark, yeah, goodbye, period. From Mr. Armstrong at 11:24, tell them that they need to work for me too, period, with a frowning face.
Yes.
From that same 1886 number, 11:24 p.m., you're not that important. A reply from Mr. Armstrong at 11:24 p.m., you don't even know me, period. You're not important. A reply at 11:25, night, with a kissing emoji. From Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
From Mr. Armstrong at 11:25 p.m., a has-been from the radio, period. From Mr. Armstrong, you're so lost it's ridiculous, ... People take you for a joke trying to relive your past, period. You have 2 kids, period. Grow up. Sent at 11:28 p.m., no response from the other number. At 11:56 p.m. from Mr. Armstrong, a has-been disc jockey, good night.
Yes.
That next morning, very early in the morning on July 23rd, 2022, the next message is at 2:21 a.m. from Mr. Armstrong, so now you're not answering. The last message from Mr. Armstrong at 10:46 a.m., you still upset.
Yes.
Detective, were you able to review the activity on the phone for the late hours of July 22nd, 2022, the early morning hours of July 23rd, 2022?
Yes, it was.
When was the last text message sent from that phone in the late hours of July 22?
From the deceased phone or the?
Apologies, from the defendant's phone.
From the defendant's phone, the last message to the deceased phone was at 10:46 a.m.
Apologies, on the evening of the 22nd of July.
Okay, on the 22nd of July, the last message sent was at 11:56 p.m.
And that was a has-been disc jockey?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was the next text message sent?
The next text message was sent at 2:21 a.m.
And that was, so now you're not answering text?
That's correct.
You mentioned activity on the phone. What kind of activity is common to see on a cell phone?
Common on a cell phone would be activity of the user interacting with the phone, and that might be through an app. They may be powering on or powering off the phone. They may be locking and unlocking the phone, using text messaging, using the phone, using any sort of application. That's the kind of things we can see by looking at the activity log.
Prior to that last text message at 11:56, what kind of activity could you see on that phone?
On the phone itself, there was regular usage of social media apps like Instagram, Twitter. There was also usage of the text messaging application native to the iPhone, as well as the browser, the Safari browser. There was also regular usage of unlocking and locking of the device.
And did that activity continue after that message?
After which message, ma'am?
Apologies, after the 11:56 text message.
Yes, ma'am. That activity continued until approximately 12:17 a.m.
And when you say ended, can you describe what you observed that happened at 12:17 a.m.?
So the phone went from a pattern of regular usage through applications, the camera, the phone, and the text messaging application. It went from that pattern to a pattern of non-usage, which none of those applications were being used for approximately the next 2 hours. And there was still activity going on the phone indicating it was still powered on. But during this time, there was no user interaction with the device. It was not being locked or unlocked. Notifications were still coming in. The screen was still turning on and off with the notifications, but no applications were being used, no text messages were being sent, no phone calls were being made or anything like that.
Now, you mentioned that the phone, what I'll call, went dark for about 2 hours. When did you see user end activity resume?
User activity resumed at approximately 2:16 a.m.
So from 12:17 a.m. to 2:16 a.m., there was no user end usage of that phone?
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned that the activity resumed at 2:16 a.m. What activity could you see?
That's when the activity basically picked up where it left off. There was more usage of the Instagram application, text messaging, the phone. The device was being locked and unlocked, just like it had been prior to 12:16 a.m.
And when was that next text message sent from the phone after it became active again at 2:16 a.m.?
It was sent at 2:21 a.m.
Were you able to see the location that the phone was during the period that it went dark?
Yes, it was.
And where was it?
It was in Middleburg, Florida.
Were you able to access call logs between the owner of this phone and the phone number 904-609-1886?
Yes, I was.
And officer, if you could just go to the end of the same binder that you have.
Got it.
That has already been introduced into evidence. Are you able to see the call log that you pulled?
Yes, I am.
Now, Detective, can you see on your screen the same call log in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And so this is back to July 12th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And we can see on here a call from a person identified as Crazy, but that's that same phone number, the 904-609-1886.
Correct.
And that's a call at 1:35 p.m. that appears not to go through. And then there's an additional call or a call from Mr. Armstrong on that day at 11:50 a.m. that appears not to go through.
Correct.
We then see a series of calls from that other number on that day, going from 3:37 to 4 p.m.
Correct.
Then on that next day, the 13th of July, there's a call from Mr. Armstrong at 5:17 p.m. that lasts for about 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Yes.
Then on the 15th of July, there appears to be 4 messages that either don't go through or last less than 20 seconds.
Calls, yes, ma'am.
I apologize, calls.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the 16th of July, 2022, there appears to be a call from that same number that ends in 1886.
Yes.
That appears not to go through.
Correct.
Is this consistent with blocking?
Yes, it is.
On July 17th, 2022, is there a call from Mr. Armstrong that appears not to go through, lasting 4 seconds?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Does it appear that he calls back after that? On that same day?
It does not appear so.
And that's at 8:30 p.m.?
That's correct.
On the 18th of July, he calls again at 8:19 p.m., and once again, it appears not to go through. Does he make any additional calls back to that number?
No, ma'am.
On the 19th of July, there appears to be 2 calls that do not go through at 3:21 p.m. and 4:16 p.m. Does he make any additional calls after that?
No, ma'am.
And then the next call appears to be July 23rd, 2022, lasting 5 seconds at 2:16 a.m.
Correct.
And that's after that period of dark activity,
Yes, it is.
where there appears to be no answer, or it's being blocked for 5 seconds. He then calls again at 2:17 a.m.
Correct.
He then calls again at 10:47 a.m.
Correct.
He He then calls again at 10:48 a.m.
Correct.
He then calls again at 2:17 p.m.
Correct.
He then calls again in that same minute, 2:17 p.m.
Correct.
He calls again at 2:33 p.m.
Correct.
and again at 2:33 p.m. in that same minute.
Correct.
Calls again at 2:34 p.m.
Correct.
Calls again at 3:04 p.m.
Correct.
Calls again at 3:05 p.m.
Correct.
Calls again at 3:47 p.m.
Correct.
and calls again at 4:08 p.m.
Correct.
and calls again at 4:24 p.m.
Correct.
and calls again at 5:43 p.m.
Correct.
again at 5:44 p.m.
Correct.
at 6:17 p.m.
Correct.
at 7:17 p.m.
Correct.
at 7:18 p.m.
Correct.
and at 7:19 p.m.
Correct.
and all those calls go unanswered.
Yes.
Detective, based on their prior call history, was that common for the defendant to call the victim's phone 24 times in a 24-hour period?
No, it was not.
Detective, were you able to access contacts and social media applications on the phone?
Yes, it was.
Could you see any calls, messages via text or social media apps like Facebook, Instagram, anything from a person by the name of Scott, Scotty, or Scotty B?
I conducted a global search across the data, the entire data on the cell phone, and I did not see anything related to Scott, Scotty B, or any iteration thereof.
And you didn't see any messages to the phone on the day of the murder requesting a meetup to return a firearm?
I did not see any of those messages.
Move to confirm.
All right.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
No questions, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, being detective, you're excused and free to go. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
City Hall, Adele Halim.
All right. Is Mr. Al-Halim present outside? All right. Argument?
Your attention is to receive the
Yes. All right, sir, if you'll come forward and be sworn.
This time is what firm testimony you give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you state your name for the record and spell your name for the court reporter?
Abdel Khalid Al-Halim, Abdel Khalid Halem.
Mr. How do you know Bursey Armstrong Jr.?
He's my stepson.
In July of 2022, what address were you living at?
In July of 2022,
Correct.
2563 Cricket Creek Point, Middleburg, Florida, 330.
And is that where you're still living today?
Yes,
Now, in July of 2022, was there a point where your stepson came to stay with you and your wife for a visit from out of state?
I believe that's correct.
And when he would come from out of state, would he generally stay with you and your wife?
I really can't answer that question. I don't know.
But you recall in July of 2022, he did stay with you?
It was that time frame, ma'am.
Had you ever met Tasheka Young, the mother of his children?
Yes, I've met her.
And you're aware, obviously, that she's deceased now?
Yes, I am.
On the Saturday afternoon when she was found deceased, do you recall driving your stepson to Mission Point Apartments and dropping him off?
On a Saturday afternoon,
Right.
so this was after the incident.
On the day she was killed, and you dropped him off at Mission Point
I
Apartments?
do recall going to Mission Point one afternoon then.
And when you dropped him off, do you recall seeing the police cars and the police tape?
Yes.
Do you recall a couple of days later, the detectives came to your home in Middleburg and executed a search warrant and searched your home?
I don't know if it's a couple of days later, but yes, I recall them coming over.
And do you recall telling them that on that Friday night, so if you dropped your stepson off at Mission Point Apartments on Saturday, that Friday night before that Saturday, you and your wife had gone to bed at 11 p.m.? Does that sound about right?
I don't know about that, but I'm sure I was home that evening.
Now, the community you live in, is that the Ravines?
Yes,
Is that a gated community?
yes.
So there's a gate that allows you to come in if you have a do you have like a responder or some kind of beeper?
Yeah, so a decal.
But what about to make the gates come up automatically? What do you do to get the gates to come up automatically?
There's a decal you pull up and you scan, and the gate comes up.
I got you. So it'll scan the decal and the gate will come automatically up.
That's correct.
So if you don't have that decal on your vehicle, you're not coming in without seeing the guard, right?
That's correct.
And are you aware that at that exit gate and the entry gate, there's a camera in addition to the guard shack? Were you aware of that?
I'm not, no.
Now, in a video taken from the Ravines surveillance camera right there, on that Saturday, the Saturday that you say you dropped your stepson off at Mission Point Apartments, so that same day, a black Toyota Tundra is seen exiting the Ravines gate there at 12:27 in the morning. Would that have been you driving that truck at 12:27 in the morning?
No, it wouldn't have been me.
And coming back to that entry gate, and the gate comes up automatically, you see that same black truck coming in, and this is approximately 2:10 in the morning on that Saturday that you dropped your stepson off at the apartments. Would that have been you driving that truck?
No.
Now, in July of 2022, when you had that black Toyota Tundra, did you have a SunPass responder?
Yes.
And did that SunPass responder, so when you would go through tolls, it would just send you a bill at the end of the month?
I guess that's how it would work, but yeah, I have automatic payment.
Okay, excuse me then. So at the end of the billing period, if your truck had driven through tolls, you would get billed for that truck?
Yes.
Can I say yes?
Yes.
Did you yourself frequently drive on State Road 23, that toll road near Blanding Boulevard?
That's a typical route for me.
So you're aware that there's tolls, there's about 5 tolls along that road going from Blanding up to I-10?
Yes, I am.
So now going back to that same day, that Saturday where you dropped your stepson off at Mission Point Apartments in that afternoon, if your black Toyota Tundra was billed on that morning, that Saturday morning, starting at 12:39 in the morning, going from Blanding onto State Road 23, all the way up to I-10, where there's that New World Avenue toll at 12:48 in the morning, would that have been you driving that truck on that toll road that morning?
No.
And then on that same morning, but coming back, that same black Toyota Tundra with your SunPass is now picked up going from I-10 headed towards Blanding Boulevard, starting at 1:51 in the morning and getting off at the toll road at 2 o'clock in the morning. Would that have been you driving that truck?
No.
And sir, you're aware that the detectives searched your yard, correct? Your yard and your home?
I'm aware detectives were there. I was not outside the home.
If the detectives found, let me back up. So on your home, is there a wooden, deck outside?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there's some wooden steps that lead down to the backyard?
A couple of sets of steps, yes.
And when your stepson stays with you and your wife, is he generally staying in a bedroom off of that wooden porch or wooden deck?
Yes, it has a re-entry.
So if the detectives collected a pair of sweatpants and a black hoodie that had been stuffed underneath those wooden steps when they searched your yard, would that have been your hoodie or your sweatpants?
I have no knowledge of that now.
No, I'm saying, did you put any clothes underneath those wooden steps?
Let me say at this point, I apologize that I am hearing impaired and don't have my hearing aid in. I'm partially catching what you're asking. Can you repeat it?
Yes, sir. So if the detectives located a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie that had been stuffed underneath those wooden steps, would you have put those in?
No, ma'am.
And if the detectives found a Glock 43X 9mm hidden in a hole at the bottom of those steps, would you have put that gun there?
No, ma'am.
Was that gun your gun?
No, I don't have a handgun.
Mr. Al-Halim, did you go on that Saturday morning to Mission Point's apartments and kill Tasheka Young?
I'm sorry.
Did you go over there that morning and kill Tasheka Young?
No, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor. I tender the cross.
Any cross?
Yes, sir, did you ever notice that your car had been moved?
No, not at all.
Did you know that your keys were gone for 2 hours?
No, sir.
Any idea that your car had been taken anywhere that night?
No, sir. Not to the parent.
And did you hear or see anybody coming in and leaving?
No.
That's all right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
May, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused and free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Then,
Our next witness has a conflict for today.
okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we're going to be done a little earlier than expected here today. We have an additional witness who isn't able to be here this afternoon, but will testify tomorrow morning. So we are going to recess for the day. I'm going to ask that you leave your notepads behind. We're going to lock them and secure them and return them to you tomorrow morning when we reconvene at 11 a.m. There are some additional matters unrelated to this case that I must handle, and that will take me from 9 to 11. And we will be back now in my courtroom 307, which is, of course, one floor below us now. I will ask you that during this recess, overnight at home, of course, you not speak to anyone about this case, nor allow anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. Your friends or family might be very curious about what you have been doing here today, but you should not talk to them about this matter. You also should not conduct any research about this case or look up anything on the internet, on your electronic devices or otherwise about the people or places or issues involved in this case. And you must not read, watch, or listen to any television, newspaper, or radio stories that may be printed or aired about this case. And those rules are because this case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented inside this courtroom and in the collective presence of the jury, the defendant, the attorneys, and this court. I would also ask you and caution you not to speak to any of the witnesses or any of the attorneys that might be outside of the courtroom as you leave here today or as you return tomorrow morning. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to recess you for the day. We have some additional work to conclude here, but I will see you back in courtroom 307 at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
All rise.
All right, the jury has now exited the courtroom. And so for scheduling matters, again, you heard me say you all can have a seat. We will resume tomorrow at 11 o'clock in my courtroom 307. But let's use this time now then, even though we are not done with the case. And as I understand, the state still has some witnesses. And then tomorrow I will colloquy with the defendant about whether or not he wishes to testify or see what other matters may be presented. Let's go ahead and review the jury instructions so that we can use this time to do our charge. So are both sides agreeable to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And so let's all begin with the proposed instructions that were submitted earlier. And the way I like to do this is going page by page, since the jury will have one hard copy of the instructions for their use during deliberations, to make sure there are no objections to anything on any page. So I'll hear either consent or object to the jury instructions. All right, so tell me when you all have those instructions pulled up.
They're not talking about the case.
Okay. All right, we'll let the folks leave. This is legal work that we need to do, but let them, should they want to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.